Well, the Game Awards 2024 has come and gone, and the consensus seems to be that this was the best Game Awards Geoff Keighley has put on. He certainly listened to a lot of the feedback. I'll touch on a little bit of that at the end here. What I wanted to do was pull out a handful of trailers of what I thought were the standout moments, announcements, and games. One of them you might have missed because it was happening during the show, sort of 30-minute thing that they start out with Sydney. Before Geoff takes over, overall, I enjoyed the show. I was surprised by the way some of the awards went, but ultimately got most of my predictions right. I think 16 or 17 of my guesses of what would win ended up being correct, and a couple of them were really surprising to see certain games not win, but very, very pleased with the announcements, the games. It was an awesome time. So if you're watching this later, make sure and hit the like button and the subscribe button. You may have just recently got a membership to my channel, and you're like, why in the world did that happen? Sometimes all you got to do is watch one or two of my videos or a live event that I'm co-streaming, and you might get a gifted member. People went crazy this week. We do lots of extra members-only content. I also do a daily talk show and uploads. I'm safe for work, and many people treat me as sort of a podcast to put on in the background of their day. So make sure you hit subscribe and the bell button. To everybody in the live audience, thank you for the enormous turnout yesterday. Make sure you're also pressing that like button. It will help this video find more people. So I'm literally just going to like go through the trailers and just tell you about some of the games that really caught my attention. And this one is called Shadow Labyrinth, and this was actually going on. They showed this during sort of the 30-minute pre-show, and it's got like clear Pac-Man influence, and it's a very sort of like visceral and fast-moving platformer. Basically, they're saying it's a genre-twisting alternate take on the iconic Pac-Man, and this comes from Bandai Namco. They are, in fact, publishing this one. So it's a 2D action platformer, and this one again is called Shadow Labyrinth. So I would definitely check this one out and put it on your radar. It seems really cool and very unique. It is coming in 2025 to basically all platforms. So I wanted to put that one on your radar. Another one that nobody was really expecting to see comes from the makers of Sifu, and I'll be honest with you, I don't play sports games, but this one actually looks kind of fun. Very unique take on a soccer game to put it in this perspective, and you do play 5v5. And you've kind of got like this third-person perspective, and it seems like there's even some aiming involved when you get close to the net, trying to obviously put it up as close to that crossbar as possible. But this is a unique idea, I think, and obviously it was a little bit of an unusual turn from Sifu, but it's called Rematch. It's just called Rematch, or the full name might be Rematch Online Football, but Rematch was the name of the game, and it is again from the studio behind Sifu, which I don't think anybody expected. I think they even kind of bait you a little bit right there at the beginning. But now we're going to get into some of the bigger announcements. Now we're going to get into some of the bigger ones. And thank you so much to Spec Ops Labs for doing a Member Plus. I will add 2 to the weekly total. We've had an enormous week. It's been dubbed FIFU. I think that's hilarious. So instead of Sifu, FIFU. Wonderful. Anybody who clicks that join button, make sure you pick Member Plus and above. It will get you into all of the content. Both Member Pluses and VIPs get extra segments. So now we're going to get into some of the bigger reveals, and I was not really thinking we were going to see this just yet. It felt too early. A lot of people were asking me, are we going to see The Witcher 4? And I was like, I think it's too early to see The Witcher 4. Obviously, Siri is taking the helm of this one. We actually knew that one ahead of time, and this is in Unreal Engine 5. Now, this is the result of CD Projekt Red pivoting their work into Unreal. I believe they're going to end up back in Red Engine, but a handful of their current projects are going to be in Unreal. And the thing I like about this the most is obviously the tone. Very much feels like, you know, there's a reason that they were able to do a TV show, right? I think the world and the lore and the setting of The Witcher has just got such a great vibe. I also really liked that the combat sequence was very honest, and it was just very sort of rough around the edges. She doesn't walk in super confident and just kind of like girl boss it up. She gets beat up, smacked around, and has to kind of improvise in a couple of sequences to win the fight. I always love when a combat sequence is like that. I also think it's a little uncanny valley at times because this is the Unreal Engine and the facial expressions and really zooming in on the faces. Already seeing some dialogue about what Ciri looks like. I did a couple Google image searches, and there are numerous times in this trailer she looks basically identical to the model in the previous game. Obviously, in, sequences like this, you can get bad screenshots or unflattering screenshots, which I'm sure that will happen, and that narrative will get up and running very soon because grifters got to grift. But as far as I can tell, it is very much the same model, the same look, and the same feel, and the use of different abilities and things that she does here to survive, I think is awesome. This is definitely one that's going to be worth keeping an eye on. It's probably a long ways away, though, because it did just enter production recently as they sort of wrapped on Cyberpunk. And so I thought they did a great job. This one was a nice, strong kickoff for the event, but they weren't done with strong kickoffs. This one came out of nowhere. I don't think anybody expected this announcement of Elden Ring Night Rain, which is an action-adventure co-op game, which I believe also has like roguelike elements to it, like 30-minute runs. I believe PC Gamer got to play for like 6 hours, and there are elements of rogue to it, like you go through, and after about a 30-minute run, you can fight some big boss at the end. We may look at that article here in a moment to get more details. I did not have time to do really a whole lot of prep for today. I was up late last night, up early this morning for what my community lovingly calls book club, a thing that I do at my church every Friday morning. And so I did not have time to go and do a whole lot of research. So I'm just kind of like off the fly here, or on the fly here, giving you my various thoughts. This seems like a great idea to just continue to sort of capitalize on the popularity and the notoriety of Elden Ring and to give people something to play with friends. What's interesting too is that FromSoft is leaning into something that I always thought they should lean into, which is co-op play without invasions. I've always enjoyed games like this with other people, but never really wanted to deal with the peskiness of PvP and invasions. So this is sort of simplifying that. Currently, this is on pace to land on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC in 2025 with no hard release date just yet. So I think this was one of the big surprises, though, of the event. I am absolutely impressed that there were no leaks. The fact that they kept this thing so locked down. And a lot of the insiders, we should say a special thank you to the people that did have inside information and did know what was going to be at this event, and they didn't leak it. They simply said, listen, you're going to want to tune in. You're going to want to be there. Tom Henderson, Shinobi, Jeff Grubb, Jason Schreier, even Jez Corden knew some of the stuff was going to be there, and they didn't say anything, and I really appreciated that. I thought that was great, and just a good sign of respect for the event as well as the watching public to not have all those big surprises spoiled. Some of the big rumors obviously did not come true. I tried to warn people about Half-Life 3 and Bloodborne 2, and I was open to the idea that GTA 6 might be there just because of the viewership of the event. I said that, you could theorize that some of the marketing trends of these companies would change because typically Rockstar doesn't come to events like this. They just kind of do their own thing. But I said, I could theorize. But the other big rumors, I just thought, you know what? If they're there, great. I'll be pleasantly surprised, but I never, ever want to get my hopes up. So the next big thing, they were sort of just one after another, it felt like, of exciting announcements. Outer Worlds Part 2 gave a lengthy look at their game, and this thing is shaping up nicely. It sort of looks like the intersection of No Man's Sky and the previous Outer Worlds game, which Outer Worlds, originally had like a bit of an influence of No Man's Sky. A little bit of BioShock in here as well, some of those influences. And then you can almost feel some of the sequences looked a little bit like some of the areas of Starfield as well. So just a nice, I think, congruence here of a lot of different games and a lot of different ideas, and obviously building off of the previous game. I thought the previous game was very, very fun. I played it for quite a bit, and I know people really, really liked it, and it is coming in 2025. Now, one of the things of note, though, is I saw this sort of getting traction on Twitter. I saw people tweeting and saying, hey, this game was originally announced as an Xbox exclusive, and now it is a multi-plat. So your final frame here that's coming up does show that it's hitting PS5, and I don't know if people expected this to be an exclusive, but it just kind of goes to show that they have pretty much removed those red lines. Again, this was originally announced as an exclusive. It was Game Pass. It was all centered around that marketing, and now it's a multi-plat release, and it's coming to PS5. So there were some people that weren't happy about that, but get used to it. If you're a bleed green Xbox guy, those barriers are gone. I know recently there was an interview with Matt Booty where he talked about, like, well, it's going to be case-by-case basis. I think he was referring more to timing. I think there will be some games that'll be like Indiana Jones, but then I think there are going to be games that are like Doom the Dark Ages. So some will be day and date, some will be staggered. And I do think there might be some that just never make the jump. Like, I don't think they're ever going to really bother bringing Redfall to PlayStation. But I do think that it all eventually is going to come over to some degree or another if it's a big enough and notable enough title. Now, the next game got a really, really great introduction from the lovable Joseph from Hazelight Studios, Game of the Year award-winning studio with It Takes Two. These guys are known for really, really great co-op games, and they're back with another one. This one is called Split Fiction. The premise is that these two ladies here are writers, they're authors, and they get thrown into video games, and it sort of waffles back and forth from the one writer writes fantasy and the other writes science fiction. And as you sort of spend time in the various worlds, you'll notice that the dragons went from babies that helped you kind of glide to now full-grown dragons, and so the mechanics end up sort of changing as you move through. So here you end up as like this little ball, and you're engaging with different, ways of navigating the different puzzles, platforms, and areas, and then the ball turns into like an exosuit that allows you to do other things like explode, open, and I don't know if they showed gliding, I can't remember. And then here you're a pig, and obviously the longer you spend time here as a pig, you end up as a sausage. But the point here is that these guys make great co-op games, and I can't wait to play this one with my wife. It'll make a great stream. I could play this with Hilly, with Bad Ideas with Hilly. These are member segments we do on Friday. That's a great reason to become a member, is when you get to watch us play these really entertaining co-op games. There's an entire playthrough of It Takes Two on this channel with Hilly if you want to familiarize yourself with why you should never miss a Hilly stream. So this one's called Split Fiction, comes from Hazelight, and I cannot wait. Now, another game that we knew was going to be there, and we finally got a lengthy look at, was Borderlands 4. And I really get from this that they want to go up and out in scope, but it's a return to form. 4 characters, very seemingly grounded in like the Borderlands vibe, and then lots and lots of guns. With pod racing, apparently. Look like the vehicles in this are going to be looking a little bit like pod races. But Claptrap seems to be back as well, and obviously Loot Splosions are in this. And it does seem from the very opening of the trailer to be more ambitious and bigger and wider in scope. And I hope they nail it. I really, really do. Borderlands 3 did not get great reception. Tiny Tina Wonderland seemed to get liked by a lot more people, but they're adding new mechanics, as you can see, some type of a grapple there. No release date as it stands right now. And their trailer, they say down in the summary that this is the most ambitious Borderlands game yet. So I think I'm getting the right vibe from the trailer, that they're trying to be more ambitious. They're trying to be bigger and broader in scope. The actual opening of the trailer, I think, really set that stage. There's just like psychos everywhere, this big, huge landscape, and then some type of army shows up to fight them. So it seems like we're going to be going to different planets and different locations, which I always thought they had the best setup for an ongoing format of content of games at the end of Borderlands 2, when Lilith pushes the key down and you see all of those vaults. And I thought that'd be such a great way to constantly be able to add to a game with DLC. New vault, new planet, new guns, new enemies, new themes, new vibe, new biome. That just seemed like such a great form of elasticity. So I'm hoping that game nails it. A lot of it, like I said, seems like a return to form. Now, the unexpected thing for me was that the showstopper, the big surprise, the thing that made my jaw drop, was Turok. I did not expect to see a Turok game, and I certainly didn't expect to see one that was this awesome. And I was very pleased with myself. I guessed that this was Turok fairly early before it was obvious. Their adaptive armor there is really, really cool. So when Turok Origins came up, I could not believe that I had guessed it correctly. But then they start to show the combat, and I was like, okay, I need this game. I'm so excited. I'm hyped. I hope they did a great job. I hope it feels good. I hope the combat flows well. It does look like it's coming to multiple platforms. There was a blog on PlayStation about it, but I do believe it's also coming to Xbox and PC. So it's not some kind of a timed exclusive as far as I can tell. But that had PS5 at the end just because this is on the PlayStation channel. This trailer, just wanted to be clear about that. I don't think there's any exclusivity with this, but it is a co-op game. There is co-op, and they talked about that in the interview about why they went with co-op. Turok to me was kind of the show stealer because that's a special game to me. I played it a bunch on the Nintendo 64. I have a very not so flattering story about how I skipped my senior prom because my best friend went to prom with the girl that I liked, and so I went to his house and played Turok all night. So Turok means a lot to me. I'm obviously better off now, and things are a lot happier now. But that was kind of a low time for me, and Turok was there for me when I needed it. So Turok Origins comes out next year, and I'm excited to jump in. And there was a shadow drop at the event. Helldivers 2 dropped the Omens of Tyranny. The Illuminate are here. They've attacked Super Earth. They've corrupted our people, and they've turned our people into blue-eyed zombies. But as is customary for Helldivers, you got to go bigger and badder if you're going to fight something bigger and badder. And there's new weapons, new vehicles, and a new war bond. So you can boot up and get the update today in Helldivers 2. Omens of Tyranny. I was told that the user base on Steam shot right up when this hit. I think they hit a peak last night of like 150,000 or something like that. So hearing that it's pretty challenging, hearing that it's pretty tough, but people are enjoying it, and it's good to see Helldivers 2 continue to have a strong showing. I was really, really, really thrilled to see Helldivers get awards for, I believe they got multiplayer and ongoing. I think that's awesome. Like, I'm really happy for them. They had that rough go with the servers, and then they had the rough go with the PSN login on Steam, and they have done their best. I think they've done their very best, staying sort of in front of just the insane demand for their game, as well as just kind of learning as they go. Live service games are certainly challenging, and it was good to see them get some recognition. Now, another trailer that was there that was exciting to get the release date, but I didn't like that this was just purely cinematic, especially because the first Berserker Kazan has just such great combat. I did play the beta a while back and really, really liked it. I am very much looking forward to this one. But I will say this cinematic trailer sets a great tone, but it doesn't really show you any gameplay. The best thing about this trailer is that the first Berserker Kazan is coming March 27th. You better buckle up because February starts the year, and it's not going to slow down from that point on. There are so many games coming next year, and it's not going to take very long to get started. And I forgot to say this, Split Fiction, the game from Hazelight, the guys who made It Takes Two, that comes on March the 6th. So March is absolutely jam-packed. February's jam-packed. It's going to be a wild ride. There's so many games coming out. It's going to be difficult to even remotely play a fraction of them next year. And speaking of co-op and Hazelight and their game, the makers of Overcooked debuted their game called Stage Fright, being published by none other than our fan favorite Hello Games. And it looks like they took a little bit of inspiration from Hazelight here with the vertical split screen and the different colors and everything, like playing with another person. Very much looking forward to Stage Fright, a brand new cooperative experience from the makers of Overcooked. And I don't think we have a release date or anything on that one, but it can be wishlisted now. I don't know if they announced platforms for it, or was it just that you could wish list it? I think you can just wish list it. I accidentally rewound the trailer looped. Sorry. I'm not sure if they've said how many platforms it will be on, or if it said it at the end there. I might have missed it. I was looking down. So excited about that one. Given that Overcooked is on all the consoles, I would imagine that one would also hit the consoles. All right, I got three more. I've got three more for you. Do me a quick second and smash a like button, and then we'll get into it. I've got three more games / announcements, and then I'll kind of give you some of my thoughts on the event and everything that happened. But this trailer was unbelievable. Mafia: The Old Country, the initiation trailer. This game looks amazing. It's coming out in the summer of 2025. This looks on par with like a Naughty Dog narrative-driven game, just high levels of fidelity, and the characters and the writing and the tone. They're absolutely nailing this. I really, really am looking forward to this one. So Mafia the Old Country is slated for the summer of 2025. As I said, next year is just not going to slow down. There's going to be so many games coming out. Obviously, it's a little concerning that at the biggest event of the year, a lot of these games did not have release dates. They were just saying, like, 2025, or there was one game at 2026. There was just one, the Onimusha game from Capcom. That was, I believe, the only one that said 2026. But a lot of the games just had that 2025, and it's like, I'd like to see some release dates, please, because that 2025 can typically turn into silence, which turns into a delay. So hopefully all these games actually lands next year, because if they do, the year is going to be busting at the seams with games. And guys, always double check that it's saving your like. Go through that ritual. Let's try to get 200 likes before I'm kind of done with the show open here. Thank you guys so much for being here. Now, the next trailer, people did not understand my reaction to this. Everybody's always so instinctively negative about everything. I was laughing with delight about how amazing this game looks. This is Crimson Desert, and they gave us a release window for their game, which I believe is summer. Is it summer? No, it's late 2025. Yeah, Mafia is summer of 2025. So this is late 2025. And given the ambitious look and scope of the game, it might slip out of next year, if I'm honest with you. I said that there's no way this game is real, and I think people, for some reason, thought I was being serious. I was laughing while I said it because this game just looks insane. The combat looks ambitious, the environments, the graphics, the fidelity, the lighting, everything. Even the number of NPCs, the size of things like this dragon, flying on a dragon. I mean, this just looks too good to be true. So I'm trying to be careful with a game like this. It's like, I don't even know. I mean, this doesn't seem like something that would be possible this gen without running very poorly, like trying to run this on a base PS5 or an Xbox Series X or S. Like, that's why I said, like, it just doesn't seem real. It seems too good to be true. I know that it's real. I don't need people to tell me that it's real. My expression of that is, my goodness, this seems just so up there. So we'll see. We'll see where it ends up. Obviously, the combat and the flow, it just looks awesome. And again, it's late 2025, so just be careful. Any game that looks this ambitious, that's saying that it's coming out late next year, I would anticipate this thing slipping into 2026. I would set your heart on that. So if it comes out in 2025, that's a pleasant surprise. Now, the showstopper, the one more thing, the last big announcement, Sony really got to kind of take over the end of the show because they won Game of the Year, and they got to drop the big trailer at the end. I continued to say yesterday that I thought Naughty Dog would show up with their brand new game, and they did. It is called Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet, and this game looks amazing. I think they've got a cool vibe. They've got a cool look. It's apparently been inspired by Cowboy Bebop and Akira. I got an Akira vibe when they even kind of zoomed out on the big red ship. The obvious use of like dialogue and lighting and writing here and voice acting is very much Naughty Dog, but I didn't really get all that excited until we got to the gameplay, because I was like, I don't know what kind of game this is going to be. And while it is just a brief second of gameplay, we have heard that this is going to be the most sort of expansive and innovative gameplay yet. And I have basically decided that these are one of the companies that I just sort of trust right now. I loved Uncharted 4. I loved both of The Last of Us. I don't have any reason to think that Naughty Dog is going to deliver something that's going to be like subpar low quality. Obviously, we're already getting stupid dialogue about what the character looks like because people are obsessed with that now. Anytime a character is, not half naked or super hot or not a guy, it's a problem. So anything outside of those two categories gets highly criticized. I think this looks great. I especially think once they get to the combat section, if I'm just going to kind of skip ahead here so you can see it, There is some awkward product placement. The Sony product placement makes sense, but Adidas and Porsche, I'm not sure why they're doing that. I'm not sure if there's going to be some kind of a thing about that. Is it going to be some kind of a shtick? Like, are we in a TV show or something? Like, I don't know. But we're hearing really, really good things about the combat, and that's the one thing I want you to see here, because that's what got me excited. Because it looks like the literal type of combat and tone that I love. Big, foreboding monster, and give me a big sword and give me third person, and I'm happy. So I think this looks great. I really do. I know it's just a sample. I know it's just a tease, but Naughty Dog is one of those studios that has earned my trust. Ghost of Yotei from Sucker Punch is in a similar vein for me. It's like, you've earned my trust. You did such a good job with your previous games. I trust that you're going to deliver a really good game. Now, as far as my thoughts on the event as a whole, okay, let me give you some of my thoughts on the event as a whole, because I do want to hear from you guys. In just a moment, I'll be talking with the live stream. Bit of a longer show open today because it was a long show last night, all right? Let's get 20 more likes on the video as well. Let's try to get to 200 likes while I kind of round this down and land this plane, because I want to hear from you guys and what you guys think. So I think in general, the event was paced about as good as you could pace it. They obviously started out incredibly strong. It's really hard to beat going from The Witcher 4 to Elden Ring to Outer Worlds to Split Fiction. I mean, it was just bam, 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 like really, really big, exciting announcements, just one after another right at the beginning. And then we got Borderlands 4. Project Century also looked really, really cool. It's like a Dragon style game. And then the Helldivers 2 announcement right after Turok. That was a very, very sort of like rapid fire, oh my gosh. So it did lull a little bit before the end, but I think that's typical. People need to remember that viewership is usually the highest at the beginning and the highest at the end and the lowest at the middle. So they're playing a bit of a marketing game. I think that's fine. I did get a couple predictions wrong. They did announce The Last of Us Part 2 coming to PC. It was actually just a paid for trailer spot. It wasn't an actual official announcement. So I was kind of half right. They paid for that Intergalactic spot, no doubt. Like I said, I was like, if they're going to show up and really, really pay for a big spot, it's going to be something like Naughty Dog. So I was half right? I got the Naughty Dog thing right. It is the sci-fi game that we've been hearing about. But they did announce the PC port coming into April for The Last of Us Part 2. So there was a little bit of a lull. But the thing I really want to point out is that Geoff Keighley clearly listened to the feedback from last year. Everybody was all up in arms about rushing people off the stage because the event's got to move, and the year before that it didn't move very well, and he overreacted, and he really, really limited people's time on stage last year. Because the year before it was absurd and they wasted a bunch of time. Christopher Judge obviously ate up like 8 minutes. And so then the next year they overreacted. This year they gave them 45 seconds, but they never played anybody off. Multiple people went well beyond 45 seconds. But some people you could clearly see didn't really want to say much. They just kind of want to accept the award and get off. They're like, do you want to say anything? Do you want to say anything? Like they're looking to the person to the left and to the right, and then they just leave. So I thought that was great. He listened to that feedback. He had somebody on and he awarded them a Game Changers Award for the very first time they introduced a new award. And it was somebody who has actually done tangible impact to the layoff situation in the industry. Not just, crying on Twitter and virtue signaling so you get back pats. Actually some guy making a difference and doing something tangible. Keighley spotlighted it and gave him an award. That's also Keighley listening to feedback from people in the industry. The event was also very self-aware. Everybody moaned and complained about the Muppets being involved. They were one of the funnier parts of the event. They were great. They were making fun of Keighley. They were making fun of the event. They made light of the fact that a DLC was up for Game of the Year. They made light of the fact that there were lots of advertisements. They really did, I think, express an amount of self-awareness, like kind of taking digs and self-deprecating humor at the event and at Keighley. So I just have to applaud what he did. He listened to the feedback last year. He could have ignored it. His event is a Leviathan. It's enormous. It's always going to make a ton of money and get a ton of involvement just by default. But he listened to what the public and what the gaming community said, and he responded in, I think, 3 very tangible, visible ways. And it made for a great event, and you can see that on Twitter. Usually after Summer Game Fest or the Game Awards, his Twitter scores are usually not that great. It's usually lots of B's and C's and D's and very few A's. It's the opposite this time around. He's got way more A's than anything else. So, suck it, haters. Keighley is king. He came out, he put on a great event, listened to feedback. All the people that were gunning for him in his event this year can suck it. It was a great event. It celebrated games. It's clearly showing that the game industry is not in trouble. We're not about to implode. We're not on a downward turn. We're on the cusp of probably having an even bigger year in gaming next year. Stop listening to the naysayers. Stop listening to the grifters. Stop listening to the rage baiters. Listen to the people who are actually talking about games, playing games, instead of grifting off of games, because that's what last night was about, and I think it was a great celebration, which brings me to the awards. I told you not to underestimate Astro Bot. I said, listen, this game was universally praised. It was universally loved, and everybody wanted to write it off. Everybody thought Wukong was going to sweep and clean up, and I tried to tell you that it was unprecedented that Wukong was even up for Game of the Year. It was in 117th place on Open Critic. I think it's a big win for gamers that Erdtree didn't win anything because it shouldn't have, and that Astro Bot won Game of the Year because it was a wonderful video game, and I said something this morning in Morning Coffee. Astro Bot injected joy into the world. People played it, they laughed, they loved it. The 3 weeks in a row that my kids played that game, my living room was just filled with laughter and smiles and giggles. And that is a great memory that's been given to my kiddos. And the guy talked about that in his acceptance speech. It's one of the first games they've played as sort of like a, hey, this is you playing a game by yourself, not with me, and they loved it. And I think that's what made Astro Bot so memorable. Yes, there were other games up there that were wonderful. I actually think Metaphor was in second place given the way the awards went. Metaphor is another really strong game that came out that I think a lot of us, myself included, kind of forgot about or kind of didn't pay attention to because it was kind of outside my wheelhouse. But I truly think, given the way the awards went, I do. I think Metaphor was in second place. It got a lot of great recognition last night. So I thought the event was good, well-paced, high quality, good guests, good moments. I thought it was done very, very well. Almost no missteps, no false notes. Again, the only major problem was that lull in the middle, but I think that's always going to be typical of an event like this. It's a very long event. It's 3.5 hours long, and they know that viewership will tend to lull in the middle, so that's why that's going to happen. So overall, I give the event high marks, high score. I loved it. I love the results. I didn't really disagree with any of the wins. And that was it. That's my thoughts on it. I want to hear your thoughts now. Guys, thanks so much for being here. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Make sure you smash the like button. We appreciate you so much. We appreciate everybody who tuned in yesterday. We appreciate everybody who went insane with gifted members. We actually have broken every record that the channel previously had. The most new members in a single day, the most members in a week. I don't even know what to say. We're going to celebrate this afternoon with Hilly. We're going to celebrate tonight with my wife, so make sure you have all those things turned on. Spec Ops Labs did a member plus sign up, and that takes us to 1,066 on the week. And then Grubby takes us to 1,067 with the member plus renewal, and then a VIP renewal from Raven. Keep your chin up. You're doing great. PS chat, I love you all. Also, this Game of the Year is the best Astro Bot for the win, and that takes us up to 1,068. And a $10 super chat from Geo Innocent. I know tons of good games were shown, although with this being the last Game of the Year, I thought I'd see Wolf Among Us, something like Tomb Raider, Wolverine, God of War. I overhyped myself. Let me also set a goal. You guys can also, I will gift 5 members. I'm sorry that first super chat isn't going to count, but I do want to start that goal up, so that way you guys can add to the total. And a 20 bomb from MASH. He says, well, let's really set the record. And he takes us to 1,088. But then DK Baker is going to take us to 1,089. I don't have stretch goals anymore. I don't have anything I can do. There's nothing left. You guys unlocked all of the things that we were going to do tonight. I literally, truly don't have anything left. You're just doing it now to be awesome. And Stonespire is going to get us 10 members away from 1,100. He says, let's keep it going. Let's make Lono Gifts some more members. And he rolls it over to 1,090. Last night was the biggest Game Awards I've ever seen, says Jack. Kudos to Jeff. I would still like to see more gameplay trailers and CGI. I'll agree with you that the trend was very much, you know, no release dates and no gameplay. I agree with you. And a 10 bomb from MASH does it. He gets us to 1,100. We're just setting new records every day. And then Coyote Monsoon renews the membership and says, Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet, Beastie Boys starts playing in the distance. Right? That's when I hear that Intergalactic, that's the first thing I think of, dude. When I saw the name, I thought of the Beastie Boys. So, I am, and I know I saw somebody say this in chat. They're like, it's only like 2 seconds of combat. I know it's only like 2 seconds of combat, but here's the thing. You can tell that, like, if that's where they're headed with combat, dude, I'm in. Like, I don't need to see a fight from beginning, middle to end to know that, like, if that's what you're going to do with combat, third person, like, she's jumping off of stuff and the thing's big and it's, like, scary. Oh, dude, I'm there. I'm there. Why'd you skip Discord? I'm unmuted in Discord. What are you talking about? Toxic positivity? No one's being toxically positive. If me being positive feels toxic to you, then that's a personal problem. That's on you. Why'd you skip Onimusha? I don't have a history with that game. Yeah. I don't have a history with that game. Also, that game, they didn't even show anything. It's 2026. It was literally a teaser with 2026. I do not have a history with that at all. There was no reason for me to get excited about it. Like, some games, I'm just not like when they had the Okami 2 trailer, I was like, I mean, I don't have a history with Okami. You know what I mean? Oh, you added me. Taking inspiration from Akira and Cowboy Bebop and set in an alternate universe where space travel had significantly advanced by 1986, the product placement makes sense. Oh, they're trying to give us 80s vibes. I get it. No Judas. Yeah, Judas wasn't there. I expected Judas to be there. I did. I really, really did. I thought they were going to be there. There was a couple of games I thought were going to be there that weren't there. I was kind of surprised. You know? Oh, by the way, all you coffee drinkers that like to drink Reforge Roast, Frickmas is the lowest price it's ever been, and both of our bundles are on sale. So make sure you head over there and get yourself some coffee. We'll ship a bunch out this weekend. Onimusha was so fun. Yeah, I just don't have a history with that game. Like, I'd be willing to bet that was probably, was it a PlayStation game? I didn't have a PlayStation until, you know, the PlayStation 4. Yeah, I was surprised that Light No Fire was there. I'm sorry, was not there. I was surprised that Light No Fire was not there, and then I was surprised that Judas wasn't there. Yeah, I thought it was going to be time for both those games to show up again. I really did. Let me open the Office Store. Give me 1 second. And Joker Quinn's going to kick things off. You guys can do this all throughout the show, so thank you so much for everybody being here. There's already 250 likes on the video, and members can always submit questions with the question command. He says, with Final Fantasy Rebirth coming to PC next month, do you think PlayStation games will be coming to PC earlier? It will be in its 11th month. Well, that's not a first-party studio, so Square Enix is going to do whatever Square Enix wants to do, right? You skipped over the 10 different Genshin Impact games? Yeah, sorry. Like, you know, Square Enix is not a PlayStation first-party studio, so their policies are not PlayStation's policies. So PlayStation has indicated that the earliest a game would ever jump to PC after releasing is 12 months, and Spider-Man 2 is going to be the fastest. It's like 15 months after release. So I'm not, me personally, I don't think they're ever going to shorten that window. I think the sweet spot's like 18 months. Right? Square Enix needs the money. Yeah, I mean, Square Enix is obviously reevaluating. They're kind of reevaluating what they're going to do with their property. I think they just swung too much with the same property, and they kind of I think it hurt them. I think it was just too much of Final Fantasy, and everyone was like, okay, enough is enough. I think it hurt their sales. I think there's something to be said for like spacing your stuff out. I mean, this is possibly why GTA is going to go quiet and just not say much until they need to. I may try Final Fantasy VII now that I can play it with good graphics. Boycott is an angry little man. What's he angry about? BM separated the UFC or something? What is he angry about? What's there to be angry about? Are you shaming this or something? Why do you keep bringing that up? BM and other races? What's he? Nothing like that has ever existed? He's claiming no female like what ever existed? What female are you talking about? Ula Tech says, now that Clive Rosfield, I can't talk. Now that Clive from Final Fantasy 16 is in Tekken 8, are you going to jump in? That announcement made my night. No, dude. I don't play fighting games, dude. I do not. I don't play fighting games. I'm bad at them. I'm super bad at them. I don't know. In the Naughty Dog trailer? Wait, he thinks that the girl in the Naughty Dog trailer has never existed? Well, don't watch James Cameron's Aliens, because Vasquez is going to give you an anti-wokey heart attack. You know? We wouldn't want you to hurt yourself. You know? We wouldn't want you to hurt yourself. Hopefully when you watch Aliens, Vasquez doesn't scare you. No woman like that's ever existed. Yeah, don't watch MMA or UFC. You know, don't watch American Ninja Warrior. I wonder how many good YouTubers will suddenly have sources at CD Projekt Red and Naughty Dog today. Yeah. Yep. Exactly, Tom Henderson. Exactly. Yep. I wonder how many grifter YouTubers will suddenly have sources at CD Projekt Red and Naughty Dog today. That's exactly right. Can we please not do this? Yeah, there's no reason. There's just no reason to even engage in it. It's just a freaking joke. Lono's speech is still slurred. Brooklyn Breed says, when will Geoff invite you to the TGA as a presenter? Probably never. Probably never, brother. You know? That's probably never going to be in the cards for us, and that's okay. Teddy Gabrielle is an intergalactic actress. Yeah, I mean, she's a real person. Don't ever tell them that. That'll really upset them. That'll really upset them that like it's actually based on a real person. They look like that. They'll have a really hard time with that. He's just trolling at this point? Yeah, for sure. There's already... Oh, yeah, there's going to be tons of comments. And listen, this is going to be my general policy for people that are already claiming things about Ciri in The Witcher or the Naughty Dog game. Your time is very limited. That's my response. Your time is very limited. Enjoy the relevancy while it lasts, because it won't. So, make hay while the sun's shining. You go right ahead. You go right ahead and make hay while the sun is shining. Your time in the spotlight will fade, because there's no substance to any of it. I don't care to engage with it. I don't care to comment on it. I'm just going to continue to be very dismissive about it. These trailers looked amazing. These games looked great. It was a barrage. I mean, a barrage of trailers. I've got an entire page and almost a page and a half of trailers that I wrote down about, games that just looked amazing. And if there are two in the mix that you feel like aren't for you because of whatever they decided to do with the lead character, then shut the frick up and don't play it. Nobody wants to hear from you. Like, that's my attitude now. I'm so tired of it. It's so exhausting. I don't even care about you anymore. You become dismissible. It's just, that was a barrage of trailers. Well, play those. Play the other games then. If 100 trailers drop and 2 or 3 are doing something with the characters you don't like, then don't play them. It's that simple. The rest of us will. When do you think The Witcher 4 will release? I would think They just started production. So 2028? You're saying 2027? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't think they're building The Witcher in 3 years, man. They just started. You know? 2026? No way. No way. They just started. CD Projekt Red has been super transparent about their developments and what they're working on, and they just started on Witcher 4. Homies, you better be ready to wait till 2028 for that. That thing's at least 4 years away. You know? You've got to be careful when a trailer like that drops. You've got to be careful. Announcement trailers are not all equal. Some games will do an announcement trailer like that Split Fiction game. They're like, yeah, here's Split Fiction. It comes out in 3 months. And then you got The Witcher, and it's like, yeah, here's a Witcher cinematic. It comes out in 4 years. I mean, you know what I mean? They started with full production. I suppose that's fair. So maybe full production, you know, maybe they were doing more on the project beforehand. I don't think it shows up any earlier than 2027. That's pushing it. I still think 2028. I don't know. What was the deal with the game with the guy climbing the giant robot? It didn't do much for me. Yeah, it could be cool, but it was just so hard to know what you were even going to be doing in it. You know, it obviously had it was from the guys who did Shadow of the Colossus, so it had like a Shadow of the Colossus vibe, but, you know. I was under the impression that production began in 2022, 2023. So maybe production started earlier and they went into full production this year. So then maybe 2027 is more realistic, Corey. You could be correct. I just know they actually started this year, so maybe they were doing all of the pre-production work the last couple of years. Yeah, you could be right. Maybe. My only thought is they're switching engines, and that would slow things down, I would think. Porsche fan with a $5 super chat. I really liked the Game Awards, but disappointed with no racing games announced. Astro Bot Game of the Year, let's go! What an epic stream you did. Well, thank you guys so much for all the insane support yesterday. If you're enjoying the show right now, take a quick second and make sure you've given the video a thumbs up. Let's hit 300 likes really, really quickly. We've had a nice, strong start to the day, and we're just getting started. Let's take another question from Dave Langer. Do you think this was the best video game awards ever? As far as the Game Awards goes, yeah, this was the best one I've ever seen. It was the best one I've ever seen. Like, everybody was all butthurt about the Muppets. The Muppets were one of the funniest parts of the event. It was self-aware. It was deprecating humor. Like, they made fun of a DLC getting nominated for Game of the Year. They made fun of Keighley. They made fun of the event. It was great. It was fantastic. I had no issues with it at all. I mean, obviously pacing lulled in the middle and second half, but that's going to be typical with a 3.5 hour long event. You're always going to start out strong and finish strong. That's just how these events go. You know? Wasn't Screamers a racing game? Oh yeah, Screamers was a racing game. Poor Todd Howard. All the memes of him being really, really short. If people are being mean to our boy, people are being mean to our boy Todd. Come on, man. Usually the Muppets have been forced. This year it was actually funny. Well, I said this in my show open. I think Geoff Keighley deserves a lot of respect for taking in the feedback. He took in the feedback and he made adjustments. Virtually everything that man got criticism for, he had an answer for it tonight. They didn't play anybody off. They gave people plenty of time to talk. You could clearly tell that a lot of the people didn't even want a ton of time to talk. Not only that, he showcases a guy that's doing actual, tangible impact on the layoff situation, not just virtue signaling on Twitter. So they spotlight that guy, and then he made sure that the Muppets were actually a funny element and not a cringy disruption. He listened to everything people said. He could have easily taken it personal and not listened and been like, no, screw y'all, I'm going to do what I want. And he could have had Kermit co-host the event. Like, I'm telling you, that I think there's respect there. It's like the man listened to all of the people were very, very unkind last year. There were outlets that said he had no moral compass because he didn't talk about the layoffs. Like, just absolutely, ivory tower self-righteous BS. That, he didn't say anything about the layoffs, so he has no moral compass. Okay, sure, Jan. He also had the Muppets poking fun at him. Right. Well, before the event went live, when he tweeted that picture that guy memed on the Game Awards about, like, Geoff Keighley's always like, we're never going to be the same after seeing this trailer, and it'll be a game that looks like this. Keighley tweeting that image, I was like, okay. Keighley knows he's got a banger. He knew he had one in the chamber that was really going to light the world up. He was like, no, I got a good show. You just wait. I also really appreciated none of the insiders. None of the insiders, none of the people that knew what was there, none of them spoiled it. And they could have. They really, really could have. They could have absolutely let us know some of the big things that were there, and they could have ruined it. And they didn't. So, mad props to the gaming press and the insiders and the folks that were in the know that kept everything hush-hush because we didn't have anything ruined. They could have ruined the Turok announcement. They could have ruined the Naughty Dog announcement. They could have ruined Witcher 4. They could have ruined the Elden Ring announcement. Every single one of those announcements got to land nice and strong because we weren't expecting it. Didn't it feel great? Didn't it feel great to sit through that entire Elden Ring trailer and we were all like, what is this? There was mystery. There was intrigue. There was genuine curiosity. There wasn't like, yeah, we heard about this. Leaker Buttface258 told us about this on Reddit yesterday. No, we were like, what is this? What's Elden Ring? Is it a DLC? What? And then we come out of the trailer and he's like, it's a standalone co-op action-adventure game. Like, I don't know, this seems like toxic positivity now. I don't think you know what toxic positivity is. I think you're using a word because you see other people use it and you don't actually know what it is. Can you tell me what toxic positivity is? Because me saying that the event was good because there were no leaks, how is that toxic positivity? I bet you that you can't define toxic positivity in the next 30 seconds because you're going to try to Google it. That's what I bet. I'm watching the time, by the way. I bet you can't define it. You're going to have to go Google it. And then you're going to have to explain how I'm being toxically positive. It's so toxic. Yeah. He doesn't know what toxic positivity is. It's just an internet dirty word that he saw used on Reddit or Twitter, and so he's parroting it. Look at the crickets. Yeah, you can hear the crickets. Doesn't know what it is. Because if he knew what it is, he wouldn't be saying it. Nobody's being toxically positive. It was a great event, and I'm simply celebrating the fact there were people that could have ruined it. There were 100% people that could have ruined that event. They could have totally leaked all the big announcements. They could have leaked them. And then it wouldn't have been nearly as exciting. The Elden Ring announcement wouldn't have hit if we knew it was coming. And I'm like, yeah, we heard about this. We knew this was coming. The Witcher 4 trailer. I had somebody asking me yesterday about the Witcher 4 trailer. And I was like, I don't think they're going to be there. I said, I think it's too early in production. So that was a great surprise. I was like, no way, dude. Witcher? I was like, this is awesome. So it hit with way more punch. Lono is intoxicatingly entertaining. Thank you. Yeah, he couldn't define it. Look at you. Yeah, turn, tuck, tail, and run. Asked you to define the term that you use, and you can't. You can't do it. I'll define it for you now so that you can be edified and you can use the term properly in the future. Being toxically positive is when you berate or basically you basically scold people who aren't being positive. Like, I've not done that today. You could say that you didn't like the event. Being positive about an event is not toxic positivity. Toxic positivity is where you basically toe the party line, and anybody who's critical is like ridiculed or attacked. You're being positive while being toxic. Like, your positivity is basically weaponized to basically then go after anybody who's being negative. I've not done that once today. I've not been like, how dare you say that you didn't like the event? It was perfect. It was like, no, I'm simply saying that one of the things that made the event so exciting was that there were no leaks. I said that last year. I said the leaks are literally ruining these events. Like, you nothing surprising. There's nothing delightful. There's nothing mysterious. It's like, yep, we heard that. We're all just sitting there waiting for the things to happen that we knew about. Yeah, not letting people have negative takes or feelings is being toxically positive. I wasn't doing that. Now, the one thing I was dismissive about was the people who were like all mad that the Muppets were going to be there. And then the Muppets ended up being the funniest part of the show. So it's like your criticism and your worry about the Muppets was unwarranted. That's not toxic positivity. That's me pointing out the fact that he clearly listened. He didn't let the Muppets show up and be like, you know, a cringy disruption. That would have been that. I agreed with you guys last year. I kind of thought, like, you know, I kind of thought that the presence of the Muppets didn't really help last year. I thought this year it was like, it was perfect. It was exactly what you want. Really, really was. They nailed the tone so perfectly. It was like, just when I started to think it could be The Witcher, CD Projekt Red pops up on the screen, and I immediately lost it. Yeah. 21 Pilot's performance was really, really good. It was really good. That guy's got a great voice. Hang on, let me take another question here. How worried are you that Naughty Dog and Sucker Punch have games out faster than Sony Bend? Well, we don't know Naughty Dog's release date yet, so we can't say that. And I think it's unfair to compare them to Sucker Punch because Sucker Punch is largely going to lean on existing systems that they built in Ghost of Tsushima. It's a sequel. So I think that's a little unfair. That would be like, well, why did Insomniac make, you know, Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2 faster than all these other developers made other games? Like, I don't necessarily know if that's a fair comparison. Bend is stepping into a realm they've never been in before, so it's probably taking a little bit more time. They're doing a multiplayer game, and that's not, I don't know if that's something they have experience with. I mean, you know, the flute guy showed up with like 4 flutes. Yeah, the flute guy changed instruments like every 30 seconds. You're being overly excited for 3 games. Your opinion that I'm being overly excited doesn't concern me. I'm excited. If you're not excited, that's fine. What's funny is you're the one being judgmental of another person's emotional state. You can feel however you want. You're telling me that I'm being overly excited, so who's the toxic one? Talk about being a hypocrite. I'm not being toxic. You can say it was disappointing. You could say that you didn't like it. You're saying I'm being overly excited. You're just being judgmental now because I'm not matching the emotional severity of you. I'm somehow overly excited. You're the one being toxic, not me. You're being dismissive of what somebody else feels because it doesn't match your feelings. Kind of doing it right now. No, I'm not doing it right now. I'm telling you how it is. You're being judgmental of how somebody else feels. That's quite literally... The irony here is you're the one being toxic. I'm saying you could be disappointed and not like the event. That's totally fine. You're telling me that because I don't match your emotional level of excitement, that I'm somehow out of step, that you're ironically being the thing that you claimed I was being, just in the reverse. And a 10 bomb from Detective Seeds says, let's just keep making that number go up over there. You guys just won't stop. Nah, bro. I like you. I like everything. You're taking it all personal. I'm not taking it personal at all. See, now you're doing emotional projections because you're losing the argument. It's a common tactic in internet argumentation. The minute you lose the argument, you try to project onto the other person that they're upset or that they're being emotional or taking it personal. I've been doing this for a decade. You won't win this. You came in and said I was being toxically positive. When I asked you to define it, you couldn't. You could not demonstrate how I was doing toxic positivity, and now you're saying that I'm overly excited. And when I push back on the fact that, like, just because I don't match your excitement level doesn't mean you can dismiss how I feel, and now you're saying I'm taking it personal. It's just a common internet argumentation tactic that when you lose, you project emotion onto the other person. I like the event. I'm excited. I highlighted all the games I was excited about. The one that kind of stole the show for me, funny enough, was Turok. I was the most excited for Turok. You know what I'm saying? I thought Turok stole the show. And DK Bager is going to make the number all ones. Look at that. 1, 1, 1, 1. I don't even know what to do. Okay, listen, I'll just roll it over. I'll just keep gifting every time you guys hit the milestones, I guess. I don't even know anymore. He's not even mentioning half the games. Guaranteed anyone that grew up in the Xbox and 360 era Ninja Gaiden game is refreshing surprise that they were FromSoft before FromSoft. Yeah, I didn't write down the Ninja Gaiden game, but I probably should have. You're right. I like that one. Actually looked really, really cool. I was a little excited when it first started. I was a little excited. I thought it was going to be a co-op game. I always want the co-op games. You know what I mean? I thought it was going to be two people. I thought it was going to be two characters. I thought it looked good though. I liked the graphical style. I thought the movement looked really good. Sometimes when they try to do not Ninja Gaiden, is it Ninja Gaiden? Ninja Gaiden or Ninja Gaiden? How do you say it? It's probably Ninja Gaiden for, you know. Is it Ninja Gaiden? I think it's a good time to jump back into Helldivers 2. I stopped playing there when having all those server issues. Yeah, I don't know why he brought up Xbox 360, because, like, yeah, Ninja Gaiden was the Nintendo, wasn't it? I actually never played it. My brother played it. Yeah. Oh, it's Gaiden. Okay. Well, a gay den, that's probably a very different game. So... We have gay guys in our community. Have you guys played? Is that one any good? It's probably a little bit different. You know, a gay den of ninjas. I mean, probably hard to see, but because new faction is a blast. Yeah, I think Dark Taco this morning was saying that they're hard, they're tough. Zubair says, you'd be surprised. Gameplay surprisingly similar. All these games are so woke, dude. They made Ninja Gaiden gay. A $5 super chat from Andy Ackerman. Stop toxically calling toxic people out for calling you toxic. The Last of Us Part 2 co-writer Hallie Gross will be in Naughty Dog's new IP, Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet. Oh, nice. He flew too close to the sun. That's right. FCat says, what's up with people calling The Witcher 4 and Naughty Dog games woke? I mean, they had to squeeze something out of that event, didn't they, FCat? I mean, what else are you going to make content about? You know? Are you going to claim that Elden Ring or Outer Worlds, Split Fiction, Steel Hunters, The Long Dark, Borderlands 4, Splitgate 3, Mecha Break, Virtua Fighter, Project Century, Turok Origins, Helldivers, Warframe, Palworld, Wuthering Waves, Onimusha, First Berserker, Arid Dungeon Fighter, Dying Light the Beast, Stage Fright, Game of Thrones, King's Road, Double Dragon, Den of Wolves, Mafia Old Country, Okami, Crimson Desert. But for the love of God! There were 2 games with women in them that weren't hot. I mean, Out of all of those games I read, there was 2. 2. The nerve. The nerve. To put 2 games in the showcase like that. The whole industry is going downhill. Hot take, both of them were hot. Of course they were. Siri looked great. They are claiming that Siri looks ugly. That's already been claimed, by the way. Listen. We all know the great philosopher that once said, never go full retard. We know that this is a wonderful piece of philosophical truth. There are people claiming that Siri's ugly. That they turned her into an Uggo. They're going full. They're going to break their own neck. Never go full, chat. It's hard out here, bro. It's hard out here for a gamer. There's just not enough good games coming. It's peaked. It's peaked, Corey. It's absolutely peaked. Oh my golly. What'd you tag me in? In the Discord? I've already seen it, right? Let me bop this guy. Yeah, hang on a second. There we go. You yelled like Jim Carrey. Tropic Thunder was an amazing movie and it still holds up. It really does. Theory ugly. Bro, they're cooked. I'm telling you. I told you guys this before. You will run out of content. You will always have to go too far and then they break their own neck. It will happen. They're going to do it with Ghost of Yotei and they're going to do it with The Witcher 4. It's not going to work. Eventually, people are going to start to be like, I don't think you're correct. I don't think you're right. I think these games are fine. You know what I mean? I mean, how many games? Obviously, I was memeing, but like, how many games did I list? It's unbelievable. The amount of games that were there, and then you're going to like single out 2 and intentionally take bad screenshots. Just let them. Like I said earlier, their time in the spotlight will fade. I don't think that kind of content, those kind of narratives, that kind of movement, I don't think it can last. It'll always burn out. It will always burn out. It's based on so little substance, so little thought, so little logic. It's so flimsy. It's unironically flaccid. Just won't. It's just gonna run out of steam, man. So I'll mock it and meme on it, and that's about it. I don't want to engage in it. Yo, Michael coming in with 30 months in a VIP. Thank you so much. So the Black Myth Wukong Pro patch, thank you to everybody who brought it to my attention. I appreciate that very, very much. I'm not sure if it's going to resolve the issues, but they did mention the fact that they're increasing input speed for the performance mode. So we're just gonna have to wait. It drops tomorrow. It drops tomorrow for PS5. Let's see what the exact time is. What's 10 o'clock UTC plus 8? I don't even know what that means. Sam Taylor, thank you so much. What type of game is First Berserker? I didn't get Persona 6 nor Resident 9. On the toxic discussion, I think we need to stay middle ground, all of us. We don't want politics to start, but we shouldn't be criticizing everything. I just don't acknowledge bad faith, bad argumentation anymore. I make fun of it. It's not worthy of getting engaged with. It's only worthy of mockery. People that are already upset about Naughty Dog's game or The Witcher 4, I'm just going to mock them because that's all they're worthy of. Right? They're not worthy of being engaged with. It's just a bunch of BS. You know nothing. You know nothing about the game. You're just reacting to the fact that a character looks a particular way. I just think it's just stupid. In any case, First Berserker is like an action. I would call it a Souls-like action RPG. The combat's ridiculously fun and cool and varied. There's like all kinds of different weapons that you can get, and they have very different play styles. I was really, really liking it, and I think the only thing I wasn't too keen on, I think, is like the weapon switching isn't fluid, and so you find an enemy that's better for a particular weapon type, and you have to like go back and switch. That's the only thing I didn't like about it. I don't know if they were taking feedback on that, but yeah. There's no valid criticism, just wrong think. You cannot have valid criticism of a teaser trailer like that, Compost Smurf. No. And I don't have respect for these people because they take bad You know what I'm going to do? I'm not even going to do this with you. I'm not. No. I'm not. You're trying to frame it in a way that I think is also disingenuous, so you're not welcome here. I don't welcome bad faith, disingenuine people here. And you got a gifted, and I regret that you got a gifted. I wish that you hadn't. So, go somewhere else. I'm just gonna keep that out of the chat. I don't care about it. I don't want to talk about it. We know almost nothing. I would rather talk about what was exciting, fun, and how great next year is going to be, instead of get stuck in the muck and the mire of people who Photoshop images and make people look bigger, fatter, or uglier on purpose to fit some stupid narrative. They've proven themselves to be untrustworthy grifters, and so I don't care to engage in the conversation. They're not truth tellers, so I mock them rather than engage with them. Here you with 7 months. Thank you so much. Intergalactic's going to blow people away. I thank you, man, for that renewed membership, moving that membership along. And go ahead and clip it and call this an echo chamber, because we don't want you here. If that's a version of being an echo chamber, that's fine, right? Like, if I told you that coming into my place of business and screaming and yelling and belching wasn't welcome, and you call that an echo chamber, I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. Tell all your friends that act like that I don't want them coming into my place of business. That makes us an echo chamber. That's an echo chamber I want to live in, because no one wants to listen to you. Can we talk about how we can't wishlist Intergalactic on PlayStation yet? It's because it was just an announcement trailer. You can't wishlist Wolverine, can you? I don't think you can wishlist Wolverine. Hate the conversation around Intergalactic. I'm just not going to give it any quarter. I don't respect these people. I don't respect their viewpoints. I don't respect their content. I don't have any respect for it. And I'm just not going to give it any quarter. There's a proverb that says, do not engage a fool according to their folly, lest you become a fool yourself. Now, there are times where it says, engage a fool according to their folly, lest they be wise in their own eyes. I'm not engaging with fools according to their folly. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to become a fool. It's such a waste of time. It's an unfalsifiable position, so I don't engage with them anymore. Dismiss and mock. That's my new mode of operandus for these people. Mock them and dismiss them. They won't last. Let me answer some of these questions. I mean, Perfect Image, you're asking about it, right? Why people are upset about female characters being on a lot. People play Horizon games, and I'm sure it was good. I also think a lot of people are misfiring on this. So we talked about this morning in Morning Coffee. We're seeing a lot of Souls-likes. We're seeing a lot of rogues all of a sudden. We saw a lot of people use Killmonger's hairstyle. What was that about, right? We're seeing a lot of extraction shooters come out. Are we not? What do you think's leading to that, right? Just think about this with me. Track with me. Why did like 5 games in a row use Killmonger's hairstyle? Why are we getting all these games that look like Hades? Why are we getting all these extraction shooters? Why are we getting all of these Souls games? Why are we getting all these rogue games? Do you want to know why? 4 or 5 years ago, really popular games hit or won Game of the Year. Elden Ring won Game of the Year. Hades won Game of the Year. Horizon Zero Dawn came out. All these games come out, right? I just tipped my hand about what the point I was going to make by mentioning Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm getting ahead of myself logically here. Track with me now. The reason we see trends in games is because you can look backwards and see 4 or 5 years ago, some game kind of had an explosion. So now you're seeing all these games that look like Hades. You're seeing all these games that look like FromSoft games. You're seeing all these rogues become more popular. Well, Horizon Zero Dawn came out a while ago, and it got a ton of praise and a ton of recognition. And I think a lot of people said, we should do that. We should make our next game have a female lead. I really do think people are misfiring in their diagnosis. I think we see trends in the gaming industry because of that. No one's like saying there's an agenda to make more extraction shooters or more Hades clones or more Souls games. No one's saying there's an agenda there. Why? Because it's easy to see what happened. It's like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, things that showed up in Breath of the Wild started showing up in other games. Things that showed up in FromSoft games are starting to show up in other games. We're seeing Hades clones and all the rest. And I think it's because developers take inspiration from other developers. And the Tomb Raider reboot and Horizon Zero Dawn. You know what I mean? You sound like a liberal quoting Bible verses. How odd. You sound like somebody that only deals in weird labels on the internet because you can't think for yourself. You sound like a liberal. You sound like somebody who literally can't think for themselves. Label me whatever you want. I don't care. I've had people label me a liberal, a wokey. I've had people label me alt-right. You have no idea what my thoughts and beliefs are. I don't fit into a category. Maybe you should try it. Like, I don't fit into some narrow category or label. You use labels because it's easier for your brain to categorize things. You don't use labels because they're accurate. You know what last night's exposing? I tell you what last night's exposing. It's sifting through the fakes. It's sifting through the people that don't actually like gaming. That's what it is. Pay close attention to the people that are being grumpy and whiny and critical and complainy and pay attention to them. They are not gamers. They're not. They're not. I can't see anybody being a gamer and walking away from last night and not just being excited. We were all excited, weren't we? We had a great time. All you're doing is, as the dust settles and as that sifting bowl shakes, we're seeing the fakes rise to the surface. You don't game. You don't care about gaming. You don't play games. If you walked away from that event and all you have is a negative chip on your shoulder, something to cry about, something to whine about, you don't game, bro. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. It's fine to be critical, to be fair, but what are we going to be critical about? It was just a bunch of trailers. The games that we're being critical about, for what? It was a cinematic, The Witcher cinematic, and then a cinematic for Naughty Dog's game. Like, what? There's nothing to be critical about. As long as the games are coming out and people are reviewing them and thoughtfully breaking down the systems and the quality of the game. Yo, what's good, Vapor? A gifted, and takes us to 1,114. A $10 super chat from Alejandro. Keep up the good work, Lona. The Game Awards stream was super fun. Eight out of 10 show. Would have been higher if they gave the awards to the people at the award show. I've never been I've never been a big fan, Chris, of when they just blast through some of the categories. This is what I think they should do. This is what I personally think that should do, right? I may try to type this up and put this on Twitter later. You know that opening thing they do with Sydney? I think they should do that thing. I missed your resub, Bro Sexy. I'm sorry, dude. Hang on. Let me check the fan funding page. Did I miss anything else? Yeah, Bro Sexy with 30 months. Put another tick on the record going goal. Intergalactic is now my most anticipated. I am so sorry, Bro Sexy. I was in the middle of a full-on, rant. Thank you. By the way, Bro Sexy. Appreciate you. Bless you. Thank you. Bro, I lost my train of thought. Oh, my feedback. My feedback on the event. Got it. I'm back on track. I think the thing they do with Sydney is it should be an hour long instead of 30 minutes long. And they should let all those awards come up on the stage. That's what they should do. Just separate it. Make it a little bit quicker. Make it a little bit faster and rapid fire. And be like, hey, we want to give these certain categories a time to come up on the stage. Instead of it being like, Geoff Keighley quickly reads through everything and then, oh, this one won. Clap, clap, clap. Next one. Blah, 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 blah. This one won. That is the one part of the show that I do think needs improvement. And I know it's tough because there's so many categories and you only have so much time. You've got 3 hours, right? So I think it'd be pretty cool if they gave Sydney a longer segment and just said, we're going to use that segment to let these actual awards come up on the stage. Now, sometimes they can't. I think Content Creator of the Year, Esports Team of the Year, stuff like that. I think it's fine for those ones to be just sort of like rapid fire because they typically don't ever have the esports teams there or the content creators there. So I would be fine with that. Some of the categories, it makes perfectly good sense just to kind of fly through them. But, talk more about Sydney Goodman. Yeah, she's great. I think she did a great job. For a small studio that doesn't have the budget for full voice acting, would using AI voiceover and have it be toggleable in options be welcomed or disliked? 100% not asking for a dev friend. MASH, I think the gaming community is going to be far more receptive to AI voices in a small budget like indie game. I don't think people are going to get angry about that. I think people are going to be way less receptive to AI voice acting in big AAA budgets. If I booted up a Santa Monica game and all of a sudden there's a bunch of AI voiceovers, I'd be like, what? If I boot up a $10, $20 indie title and I can tell they used AI for the voices, I don't think that's going to be nearly as a problem. I mean, Barrier's saying disliked. I don't think it'll be nearly as disliked. I think people are going to be far more receptive to an indie studio using AI for voices. It's just I think the expectation for indies is just different. There was an AI game shown last night, the cat game. I'm not talking about an AI game. I'm talking about using an AI voice. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Christian. You insult me because I thought you were a liberal. Wow, I have a note for you. I didn't insult you. I said you sound like somebody who can't think for themselves. A hit dog barks. If that felt like an insult, maybe you should think for yourself and not throw around labels. Saying that I sounded like a liberal. You don't know me. You don't know me. I love when someone swings first and then they get corrected and they want to act like a Karen in a Walmart who was out of line and she got told to stop. Grow the frick up. Don't come in and take a swing. I'd say that's an insult. If you sound like somebody who can't think for themselves, maybe talk different. What do you want me to say? It's always interesting that somebody can come in and take a swing and take a cheap shot, and I'm like, you sound like you can't even think for yourself. You're just using a label. Oh, I've been insulted. Grow up, you Karen. What is the matter with you? What? I can't believe it. Jiminy Christmas. Imagine being that sensitive after saying something about somebody else. That was a swing to you? Okay. What are you trying to draw our attention to here? Stonespire? I don't see anything just yet. I mean, I can click on their name. I don't see, I mean, the one thing, I mean, that one line, I don't know. Question here from P-Dub H-Town says, did you see Phil's face when Astro won? I noticed the salt and hypertension myself. It's a long night. I don't want to project onto that man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to project onto that man, dude. Like, it's a long night. They're sitting there for over 3 hours in those chairs. You know, I don't think he was like grumpy that Astro Bot won. You know what I mean? Phil wasn't clapping. Well, no. Nobody's clapping in that picture. It had been a long time. It had been a long time. Look, I'll show you. Nobody's clapping in the picture because it had been a while. Like, everybody's like, yay, they won. And then they took the picture as they were like going up to the stage. Where's the picture? Brooklyn, I thought I saw you reply to it. I'm scrolling your replies. Where is it? I thought you did. Somebody find me the picture. Let me find the picture. I don't think he was like, I'm not clapping for them. I don't want to judge, and I don't know Geoff, but I think that nerd is really into video games, like really into video games. Oh, yeah. He got, like, emotional before the one announcement. I was like, man, he's having a good night. Geoff's really having a good night. A $5 super chat from Andy Ackerman. I was going to throw what I only consider an insult, and then get insulted by your response. Right, Andy? I was like, come on, dude. You can tell he was really into games. Yeah, the orchestra announcement for Okami 2 had him like choked up before it happened. I was like, what the heck? I was like, okay, settle down, Geoff. That's just resting Phil. If somebody find me the picture, I promise you, nobody's clapping in the picture because it had been a while. Like, they announced it, everybody stood up and was kind of like getting in order to go up on stage, and then they went up on stage, and somebody took the picture, and Phil's like not clapping, and they're like, yeah, Phil's salty. I'm like, I don't think he's salty. I really don't. I think people are projecting. Plenty of people were still clapping, but there are other people. I'm fairly certain there are other people in the crowd that are not clapping. I can't find the picture. Yeah, like, look, here's one of them. Here's one of them. Hang on. Open image in a new tab. Look, nobody in that section is clapping. Oh, wait, this guy is back here. This guy might be still clapping. None of these people are clapping. It had been 3 hours. Matt Booty wasn't clapping either? Yeah, I don't like reading into stuff like that. Like, who cares? Like, that feels like... I don't know. That feels like a high school gossip. Did you guys see that clip of Phil Spencer? He didn't clap. He didn't clap when Astro Bot went up there. He was thinking about tacos. I know that face. Still looking like a hitman. Yeah, he's just... Look, man, Phil's just trying to hang out. He's just trying to hang out. He's just waiting for the event to be over. He's just waiting for the event to be over. It's been over 3 hours. He's like, oh, man, this thing's almost over. Let's get the frick out of here. We didn't win Hellblade won 2 awards. Straight up, him and his goons were the only folk not clapping. Are you serious? Like, if you actually watch the clip, they're not clapping and everybody else is? Oh, man. Phil and his mates, effing Astro Bot. He's waiting for everything to be over. Guys, really quickly, take a second and smash the like button. Let's try to get 400 likes. Let's take another question here. Brooklyn Breed says, do you think Phantom Blade Zero will release next year? No, I do not. That's a little bit of a confusing one. So, Phantom Blade Zero is currently slated for 2026. And it might seem weird because we've seen multiple clips of what seems like highly polished combat that's like really fast. Apparently, somebody informed me on this, at least 2 different people informed me on this, that there are different approaches to development. And those types of studios are what they're doing is they build a really, really polished vertical slice. They build a really, really polished vertical slice. And then when they get all the feedback on that, they then start working on the full game. They start working on the full game. Okay, so here's the picture, all right? All right, so here's the picture. So Phil is not clapping. The guy behind him's not clapping. He's not clapping. That guy's not clapping. These people here still are clapping, but there are many people that are not. You can see this guy's looking down on his phone. This guy is maybe waiting to go eat pizza. This guy here, definitely not clapping. Definitely not clapping. She is 100% on her phone, clapping. Here's somebody with their hand on their leg. They're not clapping. There's a lot of people in this picture that are not clapping. And with the way he's holding his hands, it looks like he just got done. It looks like he just got done. I think people are over analyzing. It was a second wave of clapping too. We should roll the clip. Yeah, somebody find me the timestamp. I'm here to tell you, people are absolutely trolling. There's plenty of people in that snapshot that aren't paying attention. It's the end of the night. There are people on their phones. There are people not clapping. It's been like 3.5 hours. We need to see the video footage. Hang on, we can go to it right now. I'll go to it. I don't need a timestamp. I'll just go to the very, very end. All right? Let's go here. History. All right, hang on. Let me scroll down to the Game Awards. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Look at how many people have already stopped clapping. Like, look at how long this takes. Look, even our boy. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Even our boy stopped clapping. Watch. See him right there? Right here. This our boy. Right here. That's Hazelight. That's Joseph. He stops clapping. Look, he's done. He's not clapping anymore, right? This is Video Game Awards Clapgate, all right? We're doing a full investigation. The Helldivers guys aren't clapping. Joseph stops clapping. Sam Lake's not clapping. He's got something in his eyeball, you know? These people still are. Now they're waving and bowing to the audience for another round of applause. Yeah? And then poor Phil. That's just really unfortunate. It really is, bro. The timing of that. And you know what I'm saying? That's just so unfortunate. Like, Phil could have been clapping the entire time and like milliseconds before decided to stop. Watch more, he starts clapping. Okay. Yeah, look how many people are no longer clapping. There they go. There they go. Yeah, Matt Booty and Phil. And I think that's Greenberg behind him, right? They're clapping. All right, there we go. That's great. That was great, dude. Sam Lake's like digging in his eye. Joseph from Hazelight stops clapping, you know, and then poor Phil. Like as soon as the camera lands on him, it's like, oh, I guess he's not happy about this. Redemption arc. That's right. Play the first part again, though. You got to get me. I closed it already. He's only got so many claps in him. Hey, listen. Have you guys ever been to an event like this? It gets a little old. It's like, yeah, good for you. They stand up. They're waving. All right. They're up on stage. Neil Druckmann says, it's really hard to work on these things in secret and silence for so many years, and then to see our fans go on social media and say, enough with the remasters and the remakes, where are the new games and the new IPs? This clears up a lot. I was also told by a reliable source that there was an internal like Sony town hall thing, and Herman Holst basically said that new IP is never pulled away from for remasters and remakes. They have specialized teams for that. So it's not like when we got Last of Us Part 1 remake and Last of Us Part 2 remastered that was like taking away from Intergalactic. Like, I think people really forget that like the amount of people that it takes to work on something like that is not nearly as great as the entirety of the studio working on a new IP. We also forget it's a whole day event. All those people do interviews, media, networking before these things. Yeah, it's a long day. I always feel for poor Phil. I always feel for him because like he's always getting bad pictures taken of him, you know. And that guy's just there trying to be at the event. He doesn't care. If you play back the clip, you can tell that Phil is only pretending to clap. You can't hear an actual clap from him at all. Naughty Dog has been telling us for 3 years now that they put new hires on the re-releases as training. People just don't want to inform themselves before complaining. Yeah. You know what's more annoying? They showed Witcher 4 and it just started full production. I mean, I tried to say a bunch of times yesterday, Deuterino, that I was like, I don't think we're going to see The Witcher 4 because it just entered full production. And then they went and showed a trailer, and I'm like, that game's probably still a couple years away. Thank you so much, Raphael McCoy, for ordering a bag of Frickmas. Guys, the Frickmas roast right now is the cheapest that it has ever been. It's on sale as well as our bundles. We have the Best of Both Worlds is on sale and the Triple Threat's on sale. So be sure to go to reforgeroast.com or use the coffee command in chat. Guys, double check that it saved your like. It's doing that like thing again. I need everybody. You guys were so amazing about this yesterday. We were cracking off the likes, and it was significantly helpful. It was really, really helpful to the stream. So keep it going on that like count. Calling it now, 5 years away. I mean, maybe 5 years away. Oh, that's a long, long time. This thing is still partially blocked. What's getting it partially blocked? There's just so many things to mute. I tell you what I'm gonna do. 109 is currently the 103 is currently the earliest. Okay, 103. What's the latest? The latest is 327, 356, 356, 356. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. Forget all this nonsense. Where's the 108? Select an action, erase song, and we'll go mute all sound. Save, mute. There you go. 2 hours of mute. Just go away. 8 different copyright claims. Rip yesterday's VOD. It's over. You've got to be there for those live events. There's nothing I can do. I've got 20 claims on one video, and I'm just over it. I ripped out the video segments or blurred or whatever the frick they do. It had me restricted in other countries. I was like, what the frick? Okay. The Intergalactic trailer was boring. I will agree that it was an interesting pacing choice, but I think they just want to set tone, and I thought they did a very good job doing it. This image of Todd is sending me. I felt bad for Todd Howard, dude. Troy Baker is so tall, and Todd is not. You guys want to see it? It's kind of not right, you know? It's kind of not right. Hang on. This is all wrong. We need... hang on. I can fix this. Where is it? Where is the image? Is that it? Yeah, there we go. Hang on. We got to get rid of that cap card, and then we got to bring back this. There we go. That's just not fair. That's just not right. You know? You should have had him, I don't know, come out. Look at the mic. Yeah, the mic is taller than Todd. Listen, as a short man, I take great offense that they did this to our boy. It's just so wrong. Why would you walk him out there with Troy Baker? You know? You know? Todd, this is what I think should have happened. Todd should have walked out by himself, and then Troy could have come out with Harrison Ford or something. I don't know, something different. Todd's taller than Lono? Yeah, I don't know, dude. That's just the disrespect, man. Todd looks like a Keebler elf. This is. I felt so bad for him. I was like, he's like a little baby. Like, I was just waiting for Troy to pick him up and, like, carry him off the stage. And I am short. I'm 5'6". Troy Baker could put me on his back and just like, come on, kiddo. You know, let's go for a stroll. The memes are unbelievable. I just can't, dude. I can't. That is just the internet's undefeated, bro. The internet is undefeated. Oh my gosh, man. That poor guy. That poor man, dude. He showed up there excited to celebrate Indiana Jones. And now this is all the like last year it was Ben Starr getting blinded by the light. And then this year it's poor Todd Howard. They're turning him into a freaking hobbit. Oh my gosh. They didn't need to do him like that. That's what I'm saying, dude. Troy's 6'3", Todd's 5'6". Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's just wrong. I'm 5'6". I am exactly the same height as Todd. So if you walked me out there with Troy Baker, I'd have been doing the same thing. They should have made it part of the bit. They should have joked about it. You know what I mean? Oh, Wild Mustang. I feel like you already asked me this. I feel like you already asked me this. I know it's off topic, but it's on sale, and I wanted your opinion. Would you get the new Dragon Age on discount? I've only heard bad things, but I loved the last one. I have a lot of qualifiers when I tell people whether or not to get Dragon Age Veilguard. I liked it for about 20 to 25 hours, and then the combat got extremely frustrating, and the boss fights got frustrating, and I didn't care enough. I didn't care enough about the story to keep going. I liked the story. It was fine. It was really easy to ignore the obnoxious non-binary character. Like, it was really easy to ignore them. But yeah, you know. There's a Peter Parker Spider-Man bot. Oh, no way. They did a Spider-Man Astro Bot. Hang on, that's the wrong one. Here we go. Look at him. He looks so cute. He got punched by Santa Claus. So, yeah, I've got a lot of qualifiers. I mean, if you're going to buy it, you got to know going into it. There's just some things about Veilguard that I found, frustrating and very flat tire near the end. So. Harrison stopped at the cantina on Tatooine before landing at the Game Awards. I couldn't tell if Harrison Ford was blitzed or if he was just, he's just getting a little old. And he was just a little lost maybe. Hard to see the teleprompter. A $10 super chat tip from Ryan. Todd standing next to Troy Baker and the other guy reminded me of when the elves were escorting Bilbo to the boat in Lord of the Rings. He's very old and that's how he talks now. Yeah, I just think he's old. I just think it's like, I'm old and it's hard to see the teleprompter. It's hard to remember what I'm supposed to do next. Probably kind of a thing. You know? How that teleprompter was acting up. Yeah, he acted like the teleprompter was messing up. Creature said he was fine on shows earlier. He was up past his bedtime. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know. Harrison did better than Pacino. I just like how he called Melina Juergens Melinda Juergens. That was good. He was on talk shows last week and does not talk like that at all. He was drunk. He was blitzed. I mean, if he was just on talk shows recently, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I thought it was interesting that Final Fantasy 1, they just got one award, right? Did they get more than one award? Everybody was convinced that thing was like front runner for so many of the categories. And it just ended up not. I wish there was an easier way to see a snapshot of all the winners instead of like going through each category. Best narrative? I remember one. Score and music. It won for score. Yeah. Yeah, Rebirth got music and nothing else. That was surprising given the narrative all the way up to that. Was I surprised by the Game of the Year winner? No. I told people all day yesterday, I said, I think Astro Bot's the front runner. It's going to surprise everybody. I said, listen, you guys all forgot. You forgot just how universal the praise was for Astro Bot. It's the highest scored game of the year. Everybody wrote it off because of what it looked like And obviously a game like that's not going to hold relevancy. It held relevancy for 7 to 10 days in the news cycle, and then that was the end of it. That's typical. And I think everybody just wrote it off because of that. And I kept telling people, I said, I'm here to tell you, you're forgetting how strong Astro Bot performed with the outlets. As far as Game of the Year is concerned, I really don't think people remembered. It was universal praise. People were talking about it with this high language. A $5 super chat tip from Sneaky Wolf said, I thought the funniest part was when the dude from Sony thought he was supposed to walk on stage. That was pretty funny. Yeah, he thought he was supposed to come up. Yeah. I called Astro Bot winning Game of the Year when they first revealed it. I did the same thing. You guys remember? I remember I got so much mockery when they revealed Astro Bot, I said, guys, that's probably a Game of the Year contender right there. And then when people came back from the previews, I said, I bet you Astro Bot takes Game of the Year. And my observation was very simple. You guys remember, I kept saying this. I said, it's going to have universal appeal, it's going to have very broad appeal, and Nintendo's not going to have a strong presence this year. They're going to get the Nintendo vote. I remember having that conversation with you guys. People thought I was out of my head, and I was like, I don't think you understand. I was like, this game is going to have broad appeal. So many of these games, a really good example is what happened with games like Prince of Persia or Black Myth Wukong. It's like they're not going to have broad appeal. People are going to have varying experiences and then score accordingly. Virtually everybody that played Astro Bot was like, this is one of the best games I played this year. It was just universal across the board. And I kept telling folks, I'm like, if you look at what Nintendo has going for them this year, Nintendo's offering is lighter. So Astro Bot's runway is wide open to win this. And people thought I was nuts. They thought I was being a pony. I was like, I am not being a pony. I'm doing basic analysis of what I know the gaming press and the gaming world will respond to. And I said it this morning. It's far more memorable when something like Astro Bot gives you this injection of joy. That's way more memorable. A lot of these people watch their kiddos play the game. They watch their girlfriend, significant other, boyfriend, husband, wife. They watch somebody else in their family play the game, and there were memories, there was laughter, there was mirth surrounding this game. That is potent, and that's why it won. No doubt in my mind, that's why it won. It was so memorable. It was so fun. It was just pure good game. It was... And I told people, I said, it's going to surprise you guys. I think it's going to surprise you. It won 2 awards at the Golden Joysticks, and people didn't think it was going to win anything there. FF7 was a good game, but the lack of depth in the open world, and it felt forced in some spots. Thank you for the $5 super chat tip from Rissick, who is going to steal the confetti glory. We need one more super chat, and I'll add 5 to the total on our record-breaking week. You can make some confetti in the chat. I appreciate all those super chats. It was definitely a universal game for everyone. I sometimes think people struggle with that analysis when, like, I was trying to analyze and say, like, the reason that Astro Bot will be a Game of the Year contender. And then when the previews happened and I said, that's going to win. And people were like, what? Why? I was like, you have to understand, like, this is the type of game that just everybody's going to love. There's no barrier of entry. There's no genre. You know, there's nothing like prickly about the genre or the pacing. None of that. It's people are just gonna love it. And you could see it when the Metacritic and the Open Critic landed. It was like, oh yeah, this thing's a monster. And Rissick does it. Makes a confetti in the chat. Thank you so much, Rissick. I will do the exact same goal again. You guys can keep doing that, and then you can always, I will gift 5 members. A lot of you guys super chat anyway. You're always super chatting, and now I funnel some of that back to the community. So thank you so much. I'll bump the line to 1,120 members. Unbelievable. There we go. I can't see chat when I'm doing that, so there you go. Some Rissick Fetty. I like the guy that even acknowledged when you've been saying the entire about it being a generational title, being the first game for kids. Right, Tenor Dude? I was like, you have to see what they're doing with Astro Bot. It's really, really smart. Astro Bot is now my kid's Mario. They each have their own controller, you know? They each have their own controller. They love him. They ask about him. They ask if there's, anything coming out with Astro Bot, or is there another Astro Bot game coming out? When I tell them, I haven't got to tell them yet. When I tell them that Astro Bot won Game of the Year, I bet you they're going to be excited. Like, there's just something that happens with a game like that. And I think a lot of people have just lost the plot. I really do. I think they're just too busy warring over games and gatekeeping and being pricks online that they forget that, like, man, games are they're supposed to be about having fun. 18 months better. Speech, Game of the Year presenter, or Game of the Year winner? 18 months. Oh, better speech, Game of the Year presenter, Game of the Year winner. Thank you for the VIP, Lancelot. That's a really good question. I actually thought they both gave great speeches. I really, really like how the guy from Asobi was like very gently tipping his hat to Nintendo, but wouldn't say Nintendo. I got my 2 youngest kids Astro Bot for Christmas. They're going to love it. My entertainment room was literally nothing but laughter and just, they had so much fun just in the first level. It took my kids forever to beat the first level in Astro Bot because they were just goofing around. They loved it. Every square inch of the game just has something cute, funny, or amusing to do. And it took them forever to get out of the first level. They were just goofing. They loved it. They got those stupid frog hands. My son figured out something with the frog hands that I didn't even know you could do. He taught me something. Because kids have more divergent thinking. They'll try to use something in an unconventional way just because they're a kid, and they'll just try it out. Like if you give them a paperclip, you can do an experiment with kids to establish and display divergent thinking. You can give them a paperclip and ask them, what could you do with this? And they'll come up with like 15 different things. And an adult would be like, it's a paperclip. So he figured out that you could with the frog punching hands, that you could punch and do the spin, and the hands would extend out, and then your spin would be way bigger. Like he figured that out on his own. I never even tried to do it. I just thought, I have frog hands on now. I need to punch everything, right? I thought very, one-dimensional about this item. And he thought, oh no, I'm going to try some things with this. This is fun. Kids are more curious, yeah. And that game, like, when that moment happened with him, and I told him, I said, buddy, I didn't even know you could do that. That's awesome. The sense of pride that he got, like, he's thinking to himself, like, my dad does YouTube and video games for a living, and I taught him something. Do you know what memory he just had? He has the same memory I had when I helped my dad in The Legend of Zelda on the regular Nintendo. I will never forget it. I remember it to this day. My dad could not open, I believe it's the 7th dungeon. He couldn't find it. He was at the lake, and he couldn't figure out where the entrance was. And I said, well, they just gave you that whistle or that flute. Blow the whistle or the flute. And he did, and the lake dried up. And he looked at me, and his mouth was open, and he was like, that was it. I will always have that memory of, like, the time I helped my dad with a video game. So, like, that's something that I think people are just absolutely losing. And it's just unfortunate. It's like video games for me that's always been what it's been about, is like sharing it with others. That's why I'm always trying to find co-op games, because they're just playing through It Takes Two with Hilly is one of the best video game memories that I have. Just laughing till my sides hurt, and just the fun of it, and the joy of completing it, and getting to the end, and the journey there. I think a lot of people are missing that in gaming. And that's why Astro Bot won the number of times that it won. And it won in the ways that it won. Because when it won for game direction, that's something to keep an eye on. I don't know if this is true. It'd be interesting to research this. But I remember the year that Ragnarok was up against Elden Ring, and when Elden Ring got best game direction, I told the chat, I said, I bet they get game of the year, because when you secure game direction, you're one of the strongest games in running at that point. That's beautiful, man. I don't get to see my dad much, but I think I need to call him today. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's just a great memory that I'll always have. The reason I'm a gamer is because of my dad. He took us to Funway Freeway. It was an arcade. He was really good at the Punch-Out arcade game, the one where the guy's like a green wireframe model. And that was where I first got exposed to video games. He had a Coleco, so we played Coleco, and then he bought us a regular Nintendo for Christmas, and it was such a big deal that he was able to do it. Because we were not a well-off family. You know? But yeah, I wonder if that's a pattern with game winners. Game of the Year winners. Like, every year, go back and see who won for game direction. Is like, how often is game direction and Game of the Year? Body blow? Yeah, give him a body blow. My dad would always say that. He'd be like, give him a body blow. And then he'd like act like he was punching us. James Pitt says, I bought Astro Bot 1 month ago for my daughter. I realized immediately that you were right about it winning Game of the Year. Great game, great music, great feel of pure happiness. There's something that's so potent about that, James. It sticks with you. There's a potency to that. That's a human emotion. Instead of like, it's one thing to like, you play Wukong and you're like, this is good. I really like that. You don't necessarily have this like super strong human emotion response. But when you can give somebody that feeling of joy and excitement and wonder, that's just going to be more memorable. They're going to remember that. That's one of the reasons that like a narrative driven story game like Naughty Dog, it hangs in the air. I'm so expressive. I'm hitting my stuff. It hangs in the air. When I played through The Last of Us Part 1, the remake, I'd already played it. I knew it was coming. It like hangs in the air with you for like a day or two because it emotionally impacts you, especially as a dad. It really makes you think, like, what would you have done and how would you have reacted and what do you think is the right answer or the wrong answer? And so it just kind of hangs in the air with you. The same thing happened when I played Hellblade 1. The same thing happened when I finished and rolled credits on Ghost of Tsushima. So I think the best games are the games that do that. Like, it's always fun to play a game that like is technically cool and mechanically, proficient. But like, whenever I tell you guys my favorite games and I walk through them all, it's like they're all in a very similar category of it emotionally impacted me. And then it's far more memorable. Hellblade 1 is nothing like Ghost of Tsushima, Ori and the Blind Forest, Will of the Wisps, Returnal, and The Last of Us. But those are some of my favorite games. You know? I'm a gamer because of my dad. I saw him playing World of Warcraft when it launched, and it looked really fun. And the year after, when the first expansion came out, I got it and started playing with him. From then on, I was a gamer. In hindsight, it's still insane to believe that I was running dungeons and raids as a 9-year-old. I mean, yeah, that's pretty advanced. How does Stellar Blade impact you? Yeah, Stellar Blade's interesting because Stellar Blade, I enjoyed it and appreciated it the most because of its gameplay. It reminded me of Sekiro. But if you ask me which game I liked more, I would say Sekiro. Sekiro is one of my all-time favorite games because it had an emotional impact on me. It had an emotional impact on me. Beating Ishin was like, it was existential, it was psychological, it was spiritual for me. It was transformative. Not quitting and continuing to go, and continuing to fight was really, really meaningful for me. And Stellar Blade was just a really, really fun game. They're in different categories for me. The Pop said, I don't care if you're 9, I need a healer. All 3 trailers for Intergalactic on IGN, PlayStation, and Naughty Dog have been negatively ratioed. The hate towards Naughty Dog is especially immense. You know what's going to be great? It'll likely get great scores, and it'll likely sell incredibly well, and all those people can just seethe and mauled about it. I mean, They can't win this fight. They can't win this fight. The developer's too popular. They're too trusted. They're too beloved for these guys to even stand a chance. The Last of Us Part 2 right now on the PlayStation Store 202,000 reviews, 202,000 ratings, and it has a 4.47. A 4.47. You can't win. All the hate, all the anger, all the malice hurled at The Last of Us Part 2, and it basically has a 90% after almost 250,000 people reviewed it. So go ahead. Seethe, mauled, cope, yell, scream, downvote. Waste all your energy downvoting some item because of its digital existence is so upsetting for you. It doesn't matter. See, here's something that I think happened recently. I think what happened with games like Concord and Kill the Justice League, I think is giving people a false sense of power. I think a lot of these people genuinely think that they are the reason that those games failed. But like Concord failed because it was a bad game that wasn't in demand. It's go woke, go broke. Okay, sure, whatever. That's not why it failed. Kill the Justice League, same deal. Like, wasn't a good game. See, what these people are going to do is they're going to make the mistake is they're going to start selecting really, really bad targets. And then they're going to be really, really successful. Like, Ghost of Yote is going to be very successful. Intergalactic is going to be very successful. They just will. These studios and what they create, it's like they have a consistent track record of excellence. Your downvotes on YouTube aren't going to do anything other than just give it more free publicity. I promise you, they're going to get overzealous. They're already getting overzealous. I think they're going to overextend, and they're going to start targeting things that then they won't be able to claim, oh yeah, we got that one. We hurt that game. That game flopped. No, these games will do just fine. Just like The Last of Us Part 2 did just fine. All the rage and all the seething on the internet, it didn't affect that game's success. It didn't affect that game's commercial success or its review score from the users. They have drawn a false conclusion. The correlation between how they target a game like Kill the Justice League or Concord, they think, yeah, we're winning the war. It's like those games would have flopped either way. They would have flopped either way. Like, Kill the Justice League wouldn't have been successful if it was like super, macho and there was no anything in it that you could label as woke. It wouldn't have mattered. It wasn't designed well. A space bounty hunter melee combat game against robots with Naughty Dog storytelling. The game will sell and receive universal praise. Yeah, I don't have any concerns about these games. These developers have a track record of excellence. They really, really do. I've been gaming since gaming became a thing. Since gaming was a thing in the home with Atari, Coleco, and Nintendo, I was there at the birth of that. And it's like, I can recognize excellence where it is. And as an enormous fan of Ghost of Tsushima, I was always like, I can't believe The Last of Us Part 2 won for Game of the Year. And then I played it, and I was like, nope, I get it. And everybody kept telling me, Eugene and others kept telling me, they're like, you need to play it, Lono. You've got to play the game. And I was like, I just don't think it's going to convince me. And it did. And you guys know how stubborn I am. You guys know how, like, if you're going to compel me, if you're going to change my mind, you better bring it. Well, that game brought it. And I was grumpy when they made me play as Abby. I did not like that. And I still rolled credits and said, I get it. I get why it won Game of the Year. I get it. Makes sense to me. Sorry Jin Sakai, but this game was on another level of storytelling. It really was. Naughty Dog's new game isn't just a melee action game. You can see the space pistol on her hip. Yeah, it looks like she's going to be able to do some shooting. Yeah, she grabs her gun first. Mm-hmm. Those studios are not the same anymore. A lot of new people work there. That's not true. Well, what happened at Sucker Punch? Break it down for me. What happened at Naughty Dog? Break it down for me. You understand that the guy that worked on God of War 2018 and Ragnarok is now at Naughty Dog to help on the next game? You understand, like, Sucker Punch literally rolled over from Tsushima over to Yote. Oh, let me guess. You saw the picture that tricked everybody at Sucker Punch, I bet. Let me guess. Go ahead. Go ahead. The picture that had everybody seething and angry about Ghosts of Yote, and it was the people that worked on Tsushima. Everybody thought it was like, oh yeah, look at what happened to Sucker Punch. And she was like, these are the people that worked on Tsushima. Oh. There have not been tectonic shifts at these companies. There haven't been. I cover gaming news full time. There have not been tectonic employee culture shifts at these companies. It simply isn't true. Neil's still at Naughty Dog, and he's now joined by a guy from Santa Monica who worked on 2018 God of War and Ragnarok. Intergalactic's going to be what Starfield should have been? Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. Not even remotely the same type of games. The picture was taken during the development of Tsushima. Right. It is true. Okay. Who left? Who left and who's been hired that makes you say that? Break it down for me. It shouldn't be difficult. Only Neil is there. So there's been mass exodus at Naughty Dog. When? When did that happen? I want to hear this. This will be great. Because I remember watching a video of all the people that worked on The Last of Us Part 1 remake, and there was a bunch of the people that had already worked on the game that had been there a while. And then there was the people that worked on the remaster. They were all people that had been there for a while. They had all worked on both of those games. Amy Hennig? So you think Amy Hennig leaving is a sign that, like, Naughty Dog's just not the same anymore? And a lot more. Amy hasn't been there since Uncharted 4. She's not been there since Uncharted 4. You see what I'm saying? It's always the same thing. It's always the same thing. You read something on Reddit or watched a video that's basically obfuscating all the facts and making it seem like, oh yeah, they lost Amy Hennig 20 years ago? Or I'm sorry, 10 years ago? Not 20. So she leaves 10 years ago, and you're like, yep, not the same company. That's my point. Your point is that what? You've been duped and tricked into thinking that the entire culture at Naughty Dog has changed because Amy Hennig left 10 years ago? Display? You said they're not the same company anymore. You've got to demonstrate that. I don't think you can demonstrate that. That would have been significant news. The shift happened back then at Naughty Dog? Okay, so you think that her leaving... Release, okay? No, I want the original. I want the original release date. So, she left in 2013, so it's safe to assume she was a part of the first Last of Us, right? Because it shipped in 2013. So they went from that to The Last of Us Part 2. I think The Last of Us Part 2 is excellent. I think a bunch of you got duped and tricked into thinking things about the game that aren't true. They're going to do a network test for Elden Ring in February. She left 10 years ago. They shipped The Last of Us, and then they shipped The Last of Us right around that time, and then they shipped The Last of Us Part 2. I don't see like they've degraded as a studio. The Last of Us Part 2 won Game of the Year. She was not even a part of TLU. So if she wasn't even a part of TLU, they've shipped 2 of the greatest games in the history of their game making without her. Uncharted was her thing. Yeah, you've not substantiated your claim at all. If anything, you've invalidated your claim. Well, they lost Amy before they made 2 of their greatest games ever. Okay, you have a point here. If she was over Uncharted, she did great work. I think Last of Us Part 1 and 2 are amazing games. I loved Uncharted 4. I thought it was phenomenal. I'm not taking away from Uncharted at all. But I think The Last of Us Part 1 and 2 are masterpieces. I mean, they are excellent games. So if you're going to try to argue that, like, oh, after she left, everything went downhill, it sounds to me like you got tricked into thinking a bunch of things about The Last of Us Part 2 that aren't true, and you've either never played it or you played it through the lens of hate. It's like, I went into that game skeptical, thinking, nope, Tsushima deserved Game of the Year, and it completely changed my mind. And a bunch of people thought a bunch of stupid stuff about that game that wasn't true because the leaked storyline got out there, and a bunch of grifting liars claimed that the game had some agenda and they had a trans person kill Joel. And it was like, no, that's not what happens. Naughty Dog has a proven track record. Like, I really, really, truly feel like a lot of the times when somebody says something like this, it's like, you literally just got this from some video. It's why when I asked you to substantiate your position, you couldn't. You just kept saying, nope, it's true. Nope, it's true. Okay, what happened? Well, Amy left 10 years ago? See, but you watched a video that pieced all that together and created like a conspiracy, and you thought, oh yeah, they lost Amy, and then this happened, and this happened, and then this game shipped. Oh yeah, it's not the same company anymore. It's like, they shipped 2 games in a row that were Game of the Year caliber games. Apparently, a lot of regular devs left after Uncharted 4, but not many leads left. That's according to Jason Schreier. That re-emphasizes the point, does it not? So, if a bunch of devs left after Uncharted 4, and then they shipped The Last of Us Part 1, and then The Last of Us Part 2, I have zero concern about the future of what they bring to the market. You think the way Intergalactic is named, they could be setting up a new series, maybe an anthology to tell stories within that world? Yeah, they could shift and focus on a different character each time, because it's Intergalactic the something heretic, and then they could basically go the Heretic Prophet. They could do Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet, right? Intergalactic the Apostate Priest or something like that. Like, they could just go through and have different characters that play different roles. We realize Amy is just basically a writer. She's not a dev. Yeah, you're not substantiating your point. You made the claim that they're not the same studio anymore. And when I asked you to substantiate your position, you said Amy left. She left 10 years ago and only worked. She was on Uncharted. She was on the Uncharted franchise, and she did excellent work. That was a great franchise. I loved Uncharted 4. You haven't substantiated your point, because since she's left, they shipped TLU 1 and TLU 2, which are award-winning games. You can say that you don't like what they did with the story in TLU 2. At a mechanical level, it is at a level of excellence that I have not really experienced in most games. The dynamic emergent combat system in that game is excellent. It's objectively high quality. It's at a high quality. It is well designed. They build good games. They do good motion capture, good voice acting, excellent scenes and setups. You can be like, well, I don't like what they did with the story. That's totally fine. You could be angry about them killing Joel. Look at the rest of the game. It's at a level of excellence that very few games hit. That's why I'm confident. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care if they decide to do something in a story that might be upsetting. That's actually a feather in their cap. I've always said that's been a feather in Naughty Dog's cap. The fact that people set the internet on fire because they killed Joel is proof that they tell great stories, because you were invested and you cared that much about a fictional character. That's a feather in their cap. That's a feather in their cap. I trust them to bring a great game to market because that's what they do. The writer of a major story-driven game is not considered part of the development team. I don't think he's trying to say, oh, she's not a developer, she doesn't matter. I think what he's saying is like, her leaving isn't going to be the detriment of the game's developmental quality, right? The writing for The Last of Us Part 1 and 2 is still excellent. It's not like losing her as a writer, all of a sudden the writing sucked. I think he was saying is like, you're not going to suddenly have like poorly developed games because she left. You're so dramatic. So now you're choosing to do exactly what the guy did before. You're losing the argument, so you project an emotion onto me. You guys are all the same. You follow the same playbook. It's like, make broad claim. When broad claim cannot be substantiated, insinuate that Lono is being emotional. It's like, it's the same playbook every time. Broad claim that you can't substantiate. When the pushback and the refutation happens and you can't substantiate your claim, you project onto me that I'm dramatic. The guy did the exact same thing earlier. You're all cut from the same flimsy cloth. Like, you can't argue your position, so you claim that I'm angry or upset or being dramatic. No, you just lost the argument and you've got nothing left to say. It's the same guy? No, it's a different account following the same argumentative playbook. I've been debating people on the internet for a decade, and you all follow the same playbook. When you make the broad, unsubstantiated claim, it always tracks the same flowchart. It's the same flowchart every time. Broad claim. Can you substantiate it? No. Okay. How can I argue on a chat, dude? It wouldn't have been hard for you to substantiate your claim. We've been going back and forth for 5 minutes. I've been doing this long enough to know that when somebody has a good position, they can articulate it. A guy did it yesterday. We went back and forth about why he thought Erdtree should be nominated for Game of the Year, and he did just fine. He did just fine. The only thing you said to substantiate your claim that they're not the same company was that Amy left. If you would have had other points, you would have made them. You would have made them. You would have trotted them out. You'd have been like, well, all these people left, and then this happened, and then this happened. Like, the burden of proof's on you. You made the claim. Prove it. They're not the same company anymore? Okay. Where's the negative outcome in their games? Where is it? The Elden Ring Night Rain game is not a live service game, and it will not be full priced. Yeah, it'll probably be like 40 or 50 bucks, I would think. I already told you that Neil introduced a whole new team with Tlu 2. Okay, and? Check the old interviews. So, Neil introduced a whole new team with Tlu 2. Neil Druckmann, new team, Tlu 2. Flubbed You says that's blatantly false. I can't find any articles with that search terms. You have to prove that happened. You can't just claim that it happened. Where are the interviews where he said that he did this? He introduced a new team. Neil still used a bunch of people from the Uncharted 4. You know what's hilarious to me is that if you analyze Tlu 2 versus Tlu 1 at a technical level, it makes your argument even more invalid. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll grant your point. We'll just take it at face value, right? Pietro is claiming that Neil brought in a whole new team for Tlu 2. Okay, fine. We'll grant the point. Let's analyze the value, the quality, the substance, the technical prowess, and the upgrades, and the new things they did with The Last of Us 2 versus The Last of Us 1, and your argument is in tatters on the ground, because TLOU 2 has significantly more gameplay, more environments, more mocap, more characters, more elements of combat, deeper combat, more systems. It's far more complex. It's a higher quality game. The technical level is top notch. You just conceded that your argument's not very compelling then. So where did The Last of Us 2 then falter and fail that makes you say, well, they're not the same company anymore if they created a game that you're saying that is technically top-notch? Is your issue quite literally that Abby's in the game and they killed Joel? Is that the issue? Technology's top-notch? Yeah, to argue otherwise would be ludicrous, and you seem to know that. So what's your issue with TLOU 2 then? What's the problem? It's a completely different company, and he introduced this new team. All right. Well, what's the issue? It decided a whole fan base? I think you hit enter by mistake. It's always the story. What's funny is Eugene can attest to this. They divided the fan base. Oh, they divided a whole fan base. Okay. So, you're presuming that's a negative. Doing a really safe sequel where you just kept playing as Joel and maybe interchanging with Ellie, and then he kind of torch passes to Ellie. You know, that could have been accused of being like fan service or too safe, or, you know, they didn't take enough risks. You're presuming that dividing the fan base is a negative. Point of a good story. Yeah, I mean, the fan base still debates to this day the end of the first game. I mean, yeah, Eugene just put in chat. The end of TLOU 1 divided the fan base. Like, that's just good storytelling. Halo Reach divided the fan base. Yeah, I mean, here, and Eugene can attest to this. This was the point I was going to make, Pietro. Before I played TLOU 2, I took issue with the amount of story that I knew. I knew what they did to Joel, and I used to tell Eugene, I was like, I can empathize with people that are upset about that. I get it. And then I played the dadgum game, and I let it tell its story, and I thought, this is well done. This is very well done. It makes you think. It makes you consider everything from another perspective. It's incredibly creative. TLOU 1 divided the fan base? Yeah, plenty of people were divided on the decision at the end of the game. Yes. They were very divided. People were always debating whether or not he was the good guy or whether or not he did the right thing. That's a common debate. It was debated after the show aired. TLOU 1 created the fan base. Right, but the fan base commonly debated the game's ending. They commonly did. It was a common debate amongst the people who had played it. I remember debating it with people. I remember rolling credits, and we debated it. Every time the game came up, every time the first game came up, we would debate the end. Every time. And I told Eugene and others, I knew enough details, and I said, I get it. I understand why people are upset about what they did to Joel. And then I played the dadgum game, and I said, this is brilliant storytelling. It's absolutely brilliant. It's like one of those shows where they keep showing you something that happens from different perspectives, and then when it all comes into the end, you're like, oh, that was great. Suddenly seeing TLOU from the other side of what happened at the end and thinking about like, okay, these people are actually not terrible. They're actually good. They're trying to do the right thing. And then they actually make you I got frustrated with Ellie. That's good storytelling. And it impacted me emotionally. It made me frustrated. It made me irritated. It made me, it made me want to cheer for this person and not cheer for that person. That's good storytelling. And the fact that game got drugged through a bunch of BS nonsense because the details of the story got leaked and everybody started spreading things about Abby that wasn't true. She's the best character. That's the dreaded irony of The Last of Us Part 2 is that Abby's the best character in the game. And the fact that people are so obsessively stupid and unhappy in their lives, they are harassing the woman who portrays her in the show. She had to have extra security. That's unbelievable. She's the best character in the game. I will stand by that. I didn't like when they made me play as her. You can ask them here. I was so grumpy when they made me play as her. I was like, I don't want to play as her. I don't like this. I don't like the way that it feels. And then a day later, I was like, frick. I was like, I like her. She's better. They're so that to me, because I'm telling you, I respect it to the same degree that I respect Hellblade 1 lying to you at the beginning. It is brilliant. It's brave. And that's why I like it. It's like to take the player on that journey. There's something very artistically ambitious about that. I'm telling you, they probably debated this. They probably debated, people are going to hate this. They're going to hate suddenly not being able to play as Ellie. They're going to hate suddenly have to play as Abby. They're not going to want to do it. They're going to hate Abby. Think about what they did. Yeah, I started telling you guys, I was like, Abby's mommy, dude, like, she's got that mommy energy, bro. Like, she's the best character in the dadgum game. Like, think about what they did. They're like, we're going to make the audience hate this character. And then, hold on to your butts, we're going to make them play as her. I love it. I love it. It's one of the coolest things. I think it's like they knew. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna piss people off with this one. We're gonna make them so mad, bro. But if you stick to it through the end, you end up liking her. She cheated on her pregnant friend. She's scum. Listen. No, they don't tell perfect stories. They don't tell neat little Disney princess stories. She's not perfect. I didn't say she was perfect. I didn't say she was the hero. I said she was the best character. Because she is. She isn't feminine at all, but she wasn't meant to be. Who cares if she's feminine? I don't give a frick about that. Why would I care about that? Plenty of great characters aren't feminine. I instantly stopped playing when I realized I was going to have to play her for most of the second half. I had to step away for a couple of days, almost didn't pick it back up. So glad I did. Bro, Sexy, it's so transformative. It's just, I love games like that. I did the same thing. I told Chad, I was like, I don't want to do this. I was grumpy about it. I was grumpy. Yo, Behemoth with the big tip says, I was upset when they killed Joel, but my God, when I played it after years, I loved the game and the story, and I was screaming to all of them, stop this revenge. That the game is a 10 out of 10 for me, and no story can beat it. People forget that Joel was a piece of crap too. Yeah, like, you're going to get mad at her. Like, Joel was also terrible. Oh my gosh, there are layers of brilliance to how they tell that story. There are layers of brilliance. They make you like a guy who makes very, very like morally gray decisions, and some that you would even say are morally wrong, and you connect with him. You're like, you empathize with him. You think, yes, he's the guy. I would do what he does. And then he gets what's coming to him, and you're like, huh? And you're angry. That like, the artistry and the ability to emotionally take you on that journey, that's a gift. That's not easy to do. How many video games can do that to you? Like, they make you sympathize and empathize with Joel, and the brilliance to do that, and to have you see, you should feel like this inner sense of contradiction of like, well, why was it wrong for them to do that to Joel? What about all the stuff that Joel did? Like, they create this almost like internal dialogue of conflict in you as the player. And then you're going on this journey and you're starting to be like, I kind of am on Abby's side now. It's just brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Great. It's wonderful. I don't know if I've, outside of Hellblade 1, I don't know if I've ever played a game with a story that's that impactful. And I think people cut off their nose to spite their face. They rob themselves of a great game. They rob themselves of, I think, one of the best narrative games in existence, because they read a post that said, the game's gone woke, they had a trans person killed Joel, and they've never looked back. And now they think Naughty Dog is woke. They think this new game's going to be woke. And it's like, man, y'all are missing out on great games. Or you just play them in secret and you keep up the facade because you got to keep the click rate going. Like, whatever it is, you're either living non-authentically or you're just missing out on great game experiences. Inauthentically, I should say. PWH now with a member. Plus, us having this conversation all these years later is a testament to the team at Naughty Dog and their brilliant storytelling of Neil. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not some like Neil Druckmann fanboy. I wasn't even familiar with him. I didn't know who he was. And I played that game and I thought, dad gummit, I was wrong. She's not even trans. No, that's the thing. She's not. She's just a really buff chick. And I'm gonna be real with you. Near the end, when she's not all grizzled and beat up, she's pretty. I'm telling you what, people don't see it. They see all the mean, angry pictures where she looks like she's ready to kill somebody and she's got blood all over her. Near the end, they soften her up, and you're like, oh, you're like, okay. Like, people are missing out, man. It's a great game. I was not upset about playing another character. It's just a game. The messaging was just terrible and pushed down your throat. What messaging? What messaging was pushed down our throats? I just broke down all the various layers of the onion of the story. I would like to know what you think was pushed down our throats. The actress who plays Abby is a baddie for real. Intergalactic protagonist Jordan A. Munn is played by Tati Gabrielle. Yeah, people are acting like she's not attractive. I'm like, she's attractive. She just has a shaved head. Ain't nothing wrong with that. LOL, did you play the game? I just broke down all of the various layers of the storytelling, and you say, LOL, did you play the game? Did you, or did you just read about it on Reddit? What's the messaging that shoved down our throats in TLU 2? What is it? Give it to me. Again, this shouldn't be difficult for you. You've got a strong position on it. You've got a strong conviction on it. I just ranted for 15 minutes about how great the game is with respect to its dynamic emergent combat and its storytelling, and what it does to you is subversive, and its emotional manipulation. See how easy that was for me? Because I have a strong conviction about the game. You do it now. Let me know your position. What's the messaging that shoved down our throats in TLU 2? Write it out. It shouldn't be difficult. I am going to answer a question because members are submitting questions. SDO says, do we get a 2025 PlayStation showcase? I'll be honest with you. If we don't get a showcase before the summer, I don't think they're doing showcases anymore. I'll tell you what, I'll say it another way. If we get through next year's summer with no showcase, I just think PlayStation has moved on. They're just not doing showcases anymore. I think they've decided just to do state of plays. I don't know. I honestly thought they were going to do one for 30th anniversary, and then I thought, oh, maybe they won't because they're going to show up big at the Game Awards. And they sent one developer to the Game Awards. So I think PlayStation's marketing is once again kind of reverting back to this. We're going to trot out one thing at a time and let it take the spotlight. They did it with Ghosts of Yotei. Now they're doing it with Intergalactic. I don't think showcases work for what they're doing right now with their marketing beats. Their marketing beats are spread out, and they boom Yotei, boom Intergalactic. Showcases don't work for that. I don't think they're doing that anymore. If we get all the way through next summer without a showcase, I'll be like, yeah, I guess PlayStation just doesn't do showcases anymore. It was Naughty Dog. That's what I mean. The Sucker Punch is also a pretty heavy hitter for them. Ghost of Tsushima is incredibly popular. I think that's what they're doing. I think they're spacing out their marketing beats. I think they've shifted into a different marketing strategy, and I don't think showcases work for that. Look at what happened the last time they did a showcase. Remember what they did? It was almost all third party and then 20 minutes of Spider-Man. Why? That's what they were doing. They were giving Spider-Man the spotlight, and they didn't want to really focus on anything else, and it irritated everybody. It made all the fans mad. So I think they're just like, we're not in the phase of marketing where a showcase works. You see the messaging. Lesbian, trans, pregnant woman being killed. All lead men are being killed. The woman looks like a man. No, she doesn't. Neil is open on pushing these things in his games. I don't understand. You're just listing nouns. You said lesbian, trans. Those are just nouns. Okay, those people are in the game. Abby's not, by the way. A pregnant woman being killed. Why is that? What messaging is associated with a pregnant woman being killed? All the lead men are being killed? What are you talking about? Two of the most violent deaths in the game are women. One of them's a minority. Did you play the game? One of the most visceral, most violent deaths in the game is a black woman. And when the pregnant woman dies, that is a brilliant moment because the shock that she's pregnant lands on Ellie after she's dead. Did you play the game? Again, I feel like you're just regurgitating stuff you heard from a video or read it. All the lead men died? Tommy doesn't even die. Yeah, the pregnant woman dying. I can't believe I'm going to have to do this. You understand that the scene where the pregnant woman dying, do you want to know why it has gravity? Because Ellie realizes she just killed a baby. You think that's some kind of a woke message? I don't think you're interpreting that scene properly. You understand that that scene only has gravity if you view the baby as a lost life. Last I checked, that ain't woke. The gravity and the weight of that scene doesn't even work if you think, oh, who cares? It's just an unborn baby, right? Like, that scene's gravity only works if you view it as like, oh, wow. Nice job, Ellie. You just killed two people. Yeah, the shock of it. Oh my gosh, the shock of it makes her drop the map. That's exactly right, which is how Abby even finds her. Like, it's like that scene is so powerful. Again, you don't even understand the game that you played. Again, I'm trusting that you played it. It feels like you're just regurgitating stuff that you read. Because if you would have played that moment, I don't think you would have walked away and been like, well, that was awfully woke. Look at this messaging they're just shoving down my throat. You know what's funny? I had the exact opposite reaction to that scene. I thought the exact opposite. I thought, you know what? I know a lot of people that worked on this game and write and are sort of behind the scenes on this game. I know a lot of them are probably a little bit more liberal. And that scene shocked me for that reason. I was like, I wouldn't expect them to place all that kind of value on the life of an unborn child. I wouldn't have expected that. You see what I'm saying? Like, I actually was kind of like, wow, that's a pretty powerful scene. That I wouldn't have expected out of, like, so-called wokies. I played with the knowledge of what Neil said before. What did Neil say before that made you think that scene was a message? Didn't Ellie kill the black chick who had a good moral compass? You viscerally kill her. I mean, it's bad. I mean, to act like, oh, all the lead men die. Homie, she dies the worst. The worst death in the game is a black woman. Like, to act like the game's pushing some kind of a message with who dies, I'm like, what? What are you talking about? It's visceral, and they make you do it. They make you kill her. It's bad. It is bad. We go through the scene knowing that Mel's pregnant. It adds to the tragedy. If Ellie knew what we knew, she wouldn't have shot. Right, because her jacket opens and Ellie sees it. Yeah. Yeah, the weight of that scene doesn't work if you think it's some kind of a message. Agreed, please move on. Yeah, I've gone about as far as I can go with you. I am fully convinced that you either went in predisposed to hate it, so you interpreted everything in the most crazy ways I've ever heard, or you read all these bullet points on Reddit. Like, you don't even know that one of the worst deaths in the game is a black woman. You're like, oh yeah, all the lead white men died. And it's like, what? Or all the lead men died, I think is what you said. And the men don't even die that way, Master Chief. Yeah. The one death is horrible. It, like, completely takes you by surprise. It's right before they make you play as Abby. You come out and boom, and he's just gone, dead. Just like that. You're like... Same thing happened to the guy that Tommy snipes. Tommy snipes that one guy, and it is terrible. Because it's just like, you don't expect it. It takes your breath away. Thoughts on Naughty Dog's game protagonist? She looks fine. Right, James. My point is that scene's weight is very much not the message that he was claiming. You understand what I was saying, right? Like, if you're going to try and claim that scene is some kind of a message about, you know, babies, it's like, it's actually the literal opposite. It's a literal opposite. What are these screenshots of with the Switch 2? It's going to have... Are those grips or are those side... Those are grips. It looks like it's going to have a built-in prop on it that's far better than the last one, like the kickstand. Or is that a Everyone but Nintendo's revealing their console, yeah. Him and Jesse are the best deaths in the game. Their lives are just snuffed out. No drama, just ended. Yeah, and I love the way that they do it because it's so devastating. It's like you don't get to say goodbye. You don't get to have like a slow moment where they're like, you know, like choking and they're like, oh, tell my girlfriend I love her. It's just like, boom, done. It's so powerful. I love it. Like that's just good storytelling. Yeah, Pete of H-Town, I'm not sure why anybody is making these connections. He asks, do you think Intergalactic will be similar to Starfield? I see Intergalactic being more of a third-person action game, not an RPG like Starfield. Yeah, I don't know why anybody thinks it's going to be like Starfield or close to it. There's no reason to think that. Just anytime a game is in outer space now, we're like, oh, it's going to be better than Starfield. People were doing that with Star Wars Outlaws, and I was like, huh? Like, what are you talking about? People are like, Star Wars Outlaws is going to be everything that, you know, it's going to be everything that Starfield wasn't. I was like, that Star Wars Outlaws was not meant to be anything close to what Starfield was trying to do. Feels like we're going to get flooded with third-person action games. I'm okay with that. I think that like the idea that style game, like, oh, we shouldn't get a lot of them. I mean, how many times do we turn around and see like tons of shooters are coming out, tons of fighting games are coming out, tons of rogues are coming out? Like, I think there's plenty of room for just a continuation of third-person action adventure games, you know? If it had space travel, people will compare it to Starfield and to take shots at the game. Yeah, I just don't. We went down this road because we were already kind of off the rails anyway. And there's only so much you can talk about when like there's trailers and things that people are excited about, and whether or not people agreed with what won and what should have won. I mean, there's just not a lot of traction with that discussion, and I get that. I didn't think that we were going to spend 3 hours talking about last night. You know, I think we did a pretty good job dismissing this crap earlier, and we spent the last 20 or 30 minutes engaging, you know, one individual about Naughty Dog, which is relevant if people are going to start running with the narrative that like, well, Naughty Dog's not the same, I don't trust them to make a good game. It certainly is relevant. It was the biggest announcement last night, so I don't necessarily think that we're like completely off topic, but I do think that like it's really, really difficult for me as somebody who wants to snuff out falsehood and things that aren't true, and I really love a good debate. It's really tough. It's really, really tough to not get pulled into all of this, because like I'm seeing all of the narrative, and this person literally made the exact same point that I made. You know, they said we all remember how much better it was when the main lead was only a grizzled white guy, and I don't think this is a reason to criticize a game. But when people were saying earlier that like it's like a sudden trend, it's so hard for me to not look at this and be like, yeah, and this was a trend for a long time too. Did that bother you? Did you ever complain that like, here we go again, I'm booting up a game and the guy looks like the last guy that I played, or he's really similar to the last game that I played? No, of course not. You would never say that like Booker looking this way affected your experience of BioShock Infinite. You know what I mean? Now all of a sudden it's like a huge problem. It's like, well, the game's ruined if the character looks that way. And it's like not every single game, so many games for the longest time came out, and that's what lead characters looked like, and it wasn't a problem. And so it's not a problem now if there's different trends that start to show up, whether it's if there are female leads or female leads where it's a guy and a girl where you interchange it. Like, it just doesn't matter to me. It's if the game is good. Like, Returnal is a great example. Returnal is one of my all-time favorite games. I wouldn't enjoy it any more or less if it was a guy, but there are story elements of Returnal that I actually think hit harder because you assume Celine is a mom, and that's just different. It just hits different. I think there are story elements about Celine and, you know, the car and her daughter and her being a mom. Like, I don't know. I think it honestly kind of hits harder. But it wouldn't have changed my experience if I was like, well, it would be a lot better if, you know, I was running around as a guy. So, like, I've just never understood that. I've never approached a game and thought that. Yo, what's good, Elena? How are you? I've got a couple of questions. I've got a couple of questions that have been submitted. I tell you what I'm gonna do. We're gonna let this. Yeah, we can continue for just a little bit. I'm gonna answer some of these questions. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna hit some ads. My water's empty. And I'm going to hit some ads. That supports the channel. And then we're probably just going to like coast into the segment with Hilly that you guys earned. So many members. I ran out of incentives. And make sure if you're a member to tune in tonight. Take a quick second and smash the like button as well. We could probably quickly get to 500 likes. And I'll be right back. You can submit questions as well and I'll answer them. We got a couple of them in here already. Mile High with a $5 super chat tip says, The female protagonist trend doesn't bother me at all. I prefer it. Of course, I made a female human hunter in Destiny for 10 years. I mean, if I try to see things from the other side as best I can, I get it. If you're trying to play a narrative-driven game, it's far easier to connect with Joel if you're a dude, especially if you're a dad, right? You connect with him at a different level than you do with Ellie in the second game. Like, I get that. So I can understand people being like, it's a little bit harder for me to connect. I think that's totally fine. I do. I think that's totally fine to be like, yeah, I'd kind of prefer to play a game, as a guy. Like, okay, that's fine. But I don't think it's like this. I think people are kind of doing this thing where it's like there's almost like a level of like assumed malice in it. Where hang on. Well, then do it at the thing. Why does it do that? Yeah, that's fine. They assume there's some type of malice about it. Instead of it just being like, oh, they made a different artistic choice or whatever, it's this, oh my gosh, there's something going on. And it's like, again, it could just be the artistic vision of the studio. Like, yeah, this is what we just thought was fitting for the main character. Like Barrier pointed it out. He was like, if you look, there's like a bunch of people in the one picture, and she has long hair in the picture, and for whatever reason now she's decided, to shave it. Okay, well, maybe she's not the only person in the game that you end up playing as. Maybe you play as her in this game, and maybe in the next game you'll play as one of the other characters or something. For whatever reason, they just decided to like, oh, this is what we want to do with the main character. Assumed malice. They think everyone is the guy from Avowed. They made it this way as a personal shot at me. Right, creature. Right. Personally, I don't care if the lead character's female. I never did. I just wish she wasn't bald. What? So why would bald be a tipping point for you? It's if there's an underlying overt agenda that is not associated with the actual story lore, etc. Also, the guy on the left looks like her bounty, so maybe she's going after her old team for some reason. Right. Yeah. You're talking about the new Naughty Dog game? Yes. Right. So, here's the thing, Quarterfish. One of the reasons that I don't have a whole lot of respect for people on the other side of this issue is because they constantly deal in falsehood to make that claim. People were spreading falsehood about The Last of Us Part 2. People were spreading photoshopped images of Aloy to claim that they made her uglier in the second game. They were fake images, okay? If these things were happening, then you wouldn't have to lie to establish the point. That's why I don't respect it. I'm like, I will readily admit that there was stuff in Dragon Age Veilguard that was 100% like, it affected the story, and it clearly had like an agenda. It did. I'll say it. I liked the game. I had fun with it. I got to 29 hours and bailed. And there is 100% stuff in that game that was driven by, we want to put a message in this game about this, and it's bad. It's stupid. It's poorly written. I also think 9 out of 10 times people are claiming this about a game, it's just made up. It's just made up. Like, people completely made it up about The Last of Us Part 2. People made it up about Horizon Forbidden West. It's That's my frustration with it. If this was so real, if this was so bad, if this was so horrible, if there was this really true agenda going on, it'd be really, really easy to substantiate. It wouldn't be difficult to substantiate it. Lone Wolf says, it was my game of the year, and I agree. Right. Even people who played Veilguard will readily admit, you guys were clearly trying to, like, insert messaging in here with Tash, and it's stupid and poorly written, and it's actually damaging to the story. You shouldn't have done it. I haven't been able to find an example of this actually happening in a substantive way in any other game. I just haven't. I don't see it. I don't see the pattern. I found the issue with Naughty Dog. They have Brad. Yeah. Stupid Brad. That's an ongoing joke about a guy named Brad that we made up who makes tutorials for games, and they're always very frustrating. It's an ongoing gag that I have with Hilly. I enjoyed Veilguard a lot, but Tash was awful. Yeah, and that's the thing, is I think it would be so much more productive to have those types of conversations. Like, that's the conversation I want to have. You know, Dustborn's really the only other game. But wasn't Dustborn a game that's what they wanted their game to be about? Like, I don't care if somebody wants to do that. It wasn't like they hijacked an existing IP and decided to do that. They literally wanted their game to be about that, I thought. You have 113 hours? Good golly. I want to see some extended gameplay footage now. I would really like a gameplay breakdown of the combat. That's the thing I'm the most interested in. I trust them to tell a great story and to have good voice acting and writing. I do. I trust Naughty Dog to do a good job with that. I want to see this combat, man. They're talking pretty ambitious about this combat. I'm like, let me see it, dude. Let me see it. What was the high today? 31.6. Okay. Let me pull up one of the questions you guys submitted. I'm still ride or die for Ellie the whole way, but after all the talks I posed a question. The ending was a choice. If you know, you know. Do you do that would affect the storytelling or fix it? I wanted to come through the screen and smack Ellie at the end. I want to be like, what are you doing? I didn't like that they made you fight. I didn't like that. I didn't want to. I did it begrudgingly. Listen, I respect them wanting to write that and do that. I wish they would have just made it a cutscene. Like, if you're going to make Ellie do something stupid that I might not agree with, just make it a dadgum cutscene. When you're at the boats and you're in the water, that fight, I wish that would have been a cutscene. I hated that sequence. It was my least favorite segment in the entire game. I didn't like it. I watched a VOD of your reaction to the Game Awards, and at times, and at the time, only Game of Thrones was muted. Pretty nice. The claims are not as fast as they used to be. Well, I was doing shorter claims hide, and then recently, I just went for a broad mute. So now, it's going to get heavily muted within the next hour, probably. Yeah, it's going to be all muted now. We have no claims on the video. It's now no longer a claimed video. Game Awards this year looked mid. No, the vast majority don't agree with you. I mean, you can think that. That's fine if that was your opinion, but it got a really good score on Twitter, which is usually where Geoff Keighley gets like the worst response. He usually gets really, really low scores from the people on Twitter. Lots of C's and D's, and then maybe some B's. He's got mostly A's on his He's got mostly A's on his score this year. People seem to really like it. Predator says, what gives people the assumption that the protagonist of Intergalactic is gay? Is it because she's bald? So many chicks in 90s action movies were bald. I think it's because they don't... What's interesting, too, here is the irony of doing, like, they're all claiming pattern recognition. And I sincerely hope that they baited everybody. I hope they baited everybody. And, like, her being bald was just a way for everybody makes all these assumptions, and then she's not. Because they're all claiming pattern recognition, and it's like, yeah, but you're just presuming and assuming. And assuming. She looks like a man? No, she doesn't. Just because she's bald and doesn't have makeup on. Like, you've got to decide what you want. Like, do you want her to have the makeup caked on? It looks like she also just woke up. It looks like she just woke up. You know what I'm saying? She's like in the bathroom. She's taking care of her hair. And she looks a little disheveled. And she's got no makeup on. I've seen pictures of the actress with makeup on. And she looks completely different. Like, I don't know about you, but, like, I don't think that looks like a man to me. It looks like she doesn't have any makeup on and that she shaved her head. Other than that, there's like a dude with big shoulders and arms. I don't agree. Nothing about that looks like a man. It's just... you know? Yeah, like I said, I think we should just laugh and mock at the prospect and be like, I don't agree. Yeah, she just woke up. Woke agenda, that's right. A question from Enjoy. Do you think Intergalactic can release in the fall of 2025? Or can we have Rockstar and Naughty Dog both release in the fall? Oh, you know what? I wonder if the game's ready to go for next year and they're waiting for that GTA 6 release date. We did hear that a lot of companies were holding off. Yeah. We have heard that a lot of studios are holding off. Like, they don't want to make announcements about, they don't want to make any of those announcements just yet. Yeah. Black Myth Wukong with a $2 super chat tip says, I was robbed, fam. That's good. That's good. Whoever made that account, that's funny. That's well done. That is well done. They made their account a couple of months ago. Black Myth Wukong. I was robbed, fam. Yeah. I had a guy leave a comment like that on my Twitter. He's like, let's be honest, Black Myth Wukong was robbed. No, it wasn't. They should be honored that they got to be up there on the Game of the Year nomination podium because they were in 117th place on OpenCritic. It was an unprecedented nomination. Her body shape is like that of a man. I always want to ask what your body shape's like when somebody's being that judgmental. Like, how dare she have muscular shoulders, I'm always curious, On a scale of You know, pear-shaped to Michelin Man, where do you stack up? Like dad bod, I've got a dad bod, no shame. You know, dad bod to Michelin Man, where do you stack up? She looks like she could beat the crap out of me, but I'm okay with it. But yeah, the guy that said that, I was like, dude, Black Myth Wukong should be honored that it was up there. The media was so not over the moon about that game, and then it got nominated for Game of the Year. Like, it was unprecedented. You're not going to go back and find a game in 117th place with a Game of the Year nomination. You're just not. Astro Bot says, quiet monkey boy, I won, get over it. Someone's having fun on their alts. Astrobot's here. Talk your Astrobot, little homie. Little homie got it done, bro. Everybody underestimated Astrobot. We got somebody having fun on their alts in chat. I love it. We need a little bit of levity after all of the stupidity we've had to walk through today. Oh my gosh. But yeah, back to the question about release date. Yeah, I could totally see them saying, "Hey, we can't give a release date yet on Intergalactic. We got to wait and see what GTA 6 does." Yeah, I could see that. I think that could track. I really do. Where's the Redfall account? Oh, where's the Redfall account? Right? What is that from? Who's excited for Dave the Diver Into the Jungle? I need to play the first Dave the Diver. It looks good. Lone Wolf with a question. Are you surprised that Outer Worlds 2 is coming out next year? I was confident it was going to be 2026. I mean, I'm surprised in two different ways about the Outer Worlds 2. I'm surprised they were able to shift it into a multi-plat and also have it come out next year. That seems really fast. You know? That seems really fast. Guys, I would actually say that I like Pietro being here for one simple reason. Pietro went back and forth in a way that was respectful. I think a lot of what they said is not accurate and not good interpretations of like what happened in Tilu 2. But they were respectful. They weren't being mean, unkind. They weren't using like nasty language or insulting anybody. We need people like that here. And then that way I can say, look, man, I gave you the opportunity to spell out your position, and I don't agree with you. You know? Split Fiction looks amazing for Fridays. Oh, I can't wait to play Split Fiction with Hilly for you guys. Oh, my gosh. Oh, I'm so glad that we brought back a segment with Hilly. And there's all these co-op games coming. It's going to be so fun. It's going to be so fun. There were so many co-op games last night. I was stoked. I was like, yes. Keep bringing the co-op. Keep bringing the co-op heat. What game? It was from the guys that made It Takes Two, Hilly. They're doing another game where you play. It's split screen co-op the whole game. Did you see the trailers for it? The concept's awesome. The concept's awesome. His presentation was great. He's super cocky about the game. He's like, you know, he's like, it's hard not to be cocky. He's like, when you got a game this good. And it's coming in March. Like, they walk out, they finally show their game, and it's coming in March. Like, I love that guy. I love that studio. I hope they've got another absolute commercial banger on their hands. You know what I mean? Absolute banger. Astro cleaned up. Yeah, Astro cleaned up really well last night. I was happy because I told people, I was like, I think Astro's going to surprise everybody. Mm-hmm. And he did. I haven't seen anything yet because the show was in the middle of the effing night. Hilly, what time do we start every week? I can't remember. It's in an hour and a half, or is it in 30 minutes? I can't remember when we started last time. Of course, I'm respectful, and I'm right, and I watch your videos often. Well, I appreciate that. Although apparently they started working on Outer Worlds 2 before they even shipped Outer Worlds 1, so they've been working on it for a while. Yeah, I mean, it shifted from an Xbox exclusive. Hour and a half? Okay. All right. Well, let's keep it going then. You guys can keep submitting questions and keep the good vibes rolling. You can, we got, what, 8 left in the Super Chat. We don't really have a goal, but we could think of something though. We could still push for the biggest we should get some emotes for tonight and this afternoon. That's what we should do. The best part is when Geoff made sure to call the new Elden Ring a standalone. He was getting ready for the backlash when it was nominated for Game of the Year. Why did he call it standalone, though? It's not a standalone. You quite literally need Elden Ring, and you have to play pretty far into Elden Ring and beat a specific quest and boss. I don't know why you would say that. It's not true. You know? I think that's weird. I didn't even catch that. What? Hang on a second. Another question here from Hyde. Do you know Turok Origins is made by the same studio as Space Marine 2? They share some DNA. Shooting executions, it will be a banger. Wait. Hold on. Wait. I don't want to get excited just yet. I can't even talk. I'm calling myself down here. Okay, hang on a minute. Are they building it in the same engine? Like, is it the team that did Space Marine 2? And are they building Turok Origins? Are they building it in the Swarm engine? Oh, he meant the new Elden Ring game was standalone. Oh. He was saying that the new Elden Ring is standalone. Oh, I thought he said that about Erdtree. I was like, what? Here we go with that toxic positivity. Yeah, no. The new Elden Ring game is standalone. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought he was talking about Erdtree. Where did you get this information, Hyde? Are you still here? Because if it's the same team that built Space Marine 2 and they're using the Swarm engine, yo, Turok's about to be a banger. I mean, a banger. And they just pushed out an incredible PS5 Pro patch. Dude, I don't want to get too excited about this, but the Turok game really stole the show for me. It was the thing that I was the most excited about. I was like, dude, Turok, that is it. That is my jam, bro. That is my game. That game was there for me when I needed it. Let's see if we can find out. Turok Origins Space Marine 2. Turok Origins is Space Marine 2 with dinosaurs. Considering this is coming from Saber Interactive, it's not hard to draw direct comparisons to Space Marine 2, another third-person shooter with both single-player and co-op campaign, allowing you to take control of different characters as you exterminate a variety of enemies. You're free to give your characters customized edge, blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's the same team, so I wonder if it's the same engine. Yeah, it's Saber Interactive, and I bet you it's in the same engine. I don't know why they would switch, right? Merchandise here, press media assets here. Because the Swarm engine does a really great job with, like, you know, all of the swarming enemies in Space Marine. There's going to be way less enemies in Turok. I mean, there'll obviously be times where they might want to do a swarm, but from what I saw, it's not going to be the same type of enemy saturation, which means it could be, like, it could run really, really well. Oh, it says it's using Unreal 5. They're using UE5. Frick. That's immediately concerning. Where did we get the information that they're using Unreal 5, though? I don't see Unreal 5's logo anywhere in the trailer. IGN's reporting it. Yeah, it's being reported by various outlets that it's the Unreal 5 engine. Dang it. That immediately makes me go, oh, man. UE5 is certainly getting better. It's certainly getting better, but I would have really liked for them to use the Swarm engine because, like, Space Marine feels so good. I wonder if they're going to go for more of an open world feel, and I wonder if the Swarm engine wouldn't work for that. Like, they want you to feel like you're in the jungle and, like, actually, you know, in danger from dinosaurs and not on, like, set pathways. Maybe Turok just wouldn't work. In a more scripted, more linear fashion, Turok might not work. Like, maybe they want you to feel like, no, you're literally in the jungle and dinos can come from anywhere. It also looks like there's some influence from God of War in here with some of the melee. Like, that hit there and this hit here feels very God of War inspired. The frickin' Triceratops at the end. Good golly. Anyone here playing Ravenswatch? Sun Wukong's such a fun character. Love me some staff wrapping action. I really wanted to try it with Madam. It is online, so I'd have to get it on both of the PlayStations. But I'd be interested if it wasn't. It just felt like it was really, really tough when I tried it by myself. Like, I don't know if she would like it. It felt like the dodge took forever. You know. Let's see here. Community. Okay. Let me pull up another question. We saw enemies from past FromSoft games in the Night Rain trailer. This confirms the universes are connected. What do you think of the psyop that tries to say it's not canonical? I don't know what you mean by psyop. Why would that be a psyop? Say that it's not canonical. I mean, I would think that if it's going to be like a rogue, didn't like the PC gamer guys say that it was like a rogue. Like if it's a rogue, I could see them like pulling in all of these different characters and all these different enemies from all of the different universes and making it more of like more like an arcade game. Lono fell for the psyop. I don't what why would that be a why would that be a thing? So yes, it's a roguelike. So if it's a roguelike, then I would imagine they would be like pulling people in, enemies in from all the different universes and stuff. They try to hide that the universes are connected, but we know. Oh, I see what you're saying. There's a psyop to deny that they're connected, and you're saying, no, they definitely are. They just gave it away. Okay. Yeah, I don't have an opinion. I don't care. I'll play it, you know. I'll play it with Hilly on a Friday. It'll be hilarious, and we'll probably die a lot. Stonespire says, what outfit are you wearing tonight? I'm pretty sure I found the Deadpool outfit. I'm fairly certain the last time we were cleaning up, I found it and set it to the side. So I do have it. If not, I've got some other things. I've got some other things that could be hilarious to wear. We'll make it fun. Don't worry. Don't worry. The incentives are coming. It's coming. Hilly and I have to play the crab game. Madam and I are going to do a talk show, and then we're going to play the Sven Goat game. I will be dressed in the outfit for the entirety of the night, I think. And then I have to do the bye dance. You're going to get like 30 seconds of that. Like I don't even feel like I hard agreed to that. I feel like I softly said, you guys would have to do something crazy for me to even consider it. And then I just finally said, okay, fine, I'll do it. You think she looks androgynous, Hex? I don't think the character in the Intergalactic trailer looks androgynous at all. I don't think people quite understand what androgynous looks like. It's when you have both characteristics. Like, it's far more in the middle. I don't see it. Until I heard her speak, I thought it was a dude. Maybe it was because I recognized her. I recognized her. I've seen her in stuff before. So I immediately was like, oh, that's that actress. Like, I recognized her face. So immediately I could tell. And, you know, also she's got boobs. So... Well, in a lot of the pictures of her with hair, she's also wearing a pretty good amount of makeup. And I think that just changes the contours of the face and can really make a person look very different. So, you know. Has Bungie gone through another... Bungie's workforce has reportedly shrunk by over 700 employees in less than a year. Yeah, they went through 2 rounds of layoffs. This isn't the first time that Naughty Dog cites FromSoft games as an inspiration. Last year, Neil Druckmann and I talked about his interest in Elden Ring storytelling. It's clear that Naughty Dog somehow wants to replicate the Souls magic in their narrative style. Yeah, I thought we heard that... Wait, official Pac-Man tweeted that game Shadow Labyrinth out. Like, it's an official piece of Pac-Man IP. I didn't know that. I thought it was just clearly inspired by Pac-Man. Like, the official Pac-Man Twitter account has tweeted this out. Explore, battle, consume, survive. Shadow Labyrinth coming in 2025. Does it say anything at the end about Pac-Man licensing or anything? I wonder. Oh, yeah. Down at the bottom, Pac-Man trademark. It's down there. I totally missed that. It's on secret level. That's so freaking cool. I love all the unique games coming out. I really do. I'm excited. Here's a good question from Porsche. What are the chances we get an Astro Bot sequel? I would say very high. Yeah, I would say very high. I could see them doing a pretty big sequel. Maybe even do some PS5 Pro stuff. Because right now it's not really a game built for PS5 Pro enhancements. So they own Pac-Man. Who are they going to license it from? Right. I actually didn't know that Bandai owned the Pac-Man license or the IP, but I also didn't know that that was like an official Pac-Man game. I just thought it was like inspired by Pac-Man. Does that make sense? The first clear shot of her, and you thought this was a man? That just doesn't look like a man at all to me. The shoulders, the collarbone, the shape of the face. Look how like pointed her chin is. It's like angular. Her eyes. I will admit her boobs are harder to see there. And I will admit that like sometimes Asian men can have almost like a feminine look to their faces because they're more angular. But like I don't think so there at all. I think that's very clearly a girl. Hex says, I have a body that looks almost exactly like this. Well, just because you have some moobs, Hex, doesn't mean you should just immediately assume that that's what's going on there. Don't project your moobs onto others. They're itty bitties. But they're still bitties. I mean, the last I checked, I'm all for equality, and even itty bitties are bitties. Okay, I stand by that. I would run for office. That would Lono for mayor. Even itty bitties are bitties. People like, I can vote for that. I said buddy, not body. Oh, you have an Asian buddy that looks almost exactly like this. I thought you said body. I was like, all right, Hex, it's telling on yourself out here. Oh, man. Before she even faced the camera, you could tell. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Same way. I was like, I just could tell instantly. I was like, oh, that's the chick. All right, let's grab another question here. Yeah, I think we get an Astro Bot sequel though, for sure. That team right now, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they're going to start working on it right now. They probably started working on it after the commercial and critical reception. The critical reception was so ridiculous. Like, you would immediately be like, no, we need to start on the next game. It's not attractive, but I guess the Sigourney Weaver look is in. Hey, you watch your freaking mouth. Sigourney Weaver is a babe and always has been a babe. You're nuts, sir. You guys are losing the plot if you're going to start talking about our girl Sigourney like that. Lono for leader of the itty bitty. No. Not for nothing. Xbox looks like they have a good lineup for next year. The question still remains, will those games be good? I think Avowed is going to get mixed response. I think South of Midnight's going to be a surprise hit. I think people are going to like it a lot. I think it'll get good reviews. I think Doom the Dark Ages is really going to hit. And then I think Fable's going to get delayed. So, yeah. And then who knows with Call of Duty. They stuck making Astro Bot for forever now. Right? They come back with the award and they're like, I guess we're an Astro Bot studio now. Oh, man. That's good. I'm calling it now. Doom will be the highest rated game next year. Yeah, I think Doom will probably score really well. I'll agree with you on that one for sure. Yeah. id Software is very consistent. They're very good. I trust them. I trust their quality. Let's see. You guys can keep submitting questions. We're just kind of vibing until we switch to the segment with Hilly later. Jack Garland says, which Muppet are we going to see at next year's VGA? I honestly think that with how well it went, I would just have those guys back again. I thought it was perfect. I think having Muppets there to heckle Keighley in a self-aware way to like poke fun at the event and poke fun at certain things, I think that was a big win for the event. I do. I think that was a win. I thought that really helped the event's levity. I thought it helped with like the pacing. I thought it was very, very good. I wouldn't pivot to the others. I think that's when you're going to get lost in the, why are the Muppets here? I think those guys hit the right tone. They fit. Yeah, they fit the vibe of the event. Like, they're there to watch the event, and then they can kind of make fun of it from the inside. I think that's some of the best humor is when it's self-aware. I think that worked very well. I think it also really gave the event and Keighley a little bit of charm because you could say, hey, this guy can kind of make fun of himself. He's got self-awareness. He knows. He's aware of what's going on and what people kind of think. I think when you do that, you earn people's sort of trust and loyalty. I think you do. I think people are like, oh, well, Keighley has a sense of humor and he can take a dig at himself. He can take a joke. I do. I think it makes people like you more. Yo, it's good, Von Raz. Last day for finals for me. Anyway, what does the Naughty Dog game come out? I think it's next year based on what everybody's been saying and kind of like what everybody's been predicting. But I think they're waiting for that GTA 6 release date. I think a lot of people are waiting on that. Limitless Pajama, how are you? Limitless Pajama, thank you again for that insane member bomb yesterday. That's a member plus as well. Let me bump the line. We are in a full-on record right now. 1,123 members on the week. Just insane. Yeah, they did the wrap it up joke, right? It was great. It was just the right amount. It was just the right amount. They didn't overstay their welcome. They didn't stretch the segments out too long. They got in their punches, making fun of Keighley, making fun of the event, and then they got out. That's comedic timing is also about knowing when to leave. I try and teach my kids that. It's like they'll make a joke and they'll get a really big laugh out of me, and then they'll want to keep making it. I'm like, no. You got the laugh. You got to move on. You got to let it lie. You got to get in and get out. The joke with Geoff and Kojima being friends was the best. Yeah, does Kojima know? Right, I like that. Last night, instead of 2025, every trailer should have ended with depends on GTA 6. Yeah. Like, if GTA announces that it gets delayed to 2026, write it down. We will get inundated with release dates after that. I mean, we will get inundated. It'll be a steady flow. I mean, a steady flow. For sure. They will. If I'm telling you, if they do that, if they finally decide, hey, we're not going to make it, they're on pace for the fall, according to Zelnick. They're on pace for the fall of next year, according to Zelnick, and that the reason they said fall and not just 2025 is he's like, we're confident we can do it. It's like, all right. They walk out and they start talking about, yeah, we've got a delay. You will get inundated with release dates. Yo, Limitless Pajama says with a $10 super chat, another game in the Xbox lineup for next year was Perfect Dark. What's your vibe for that? Pushback 2. Also have any expectations for the game itself? I don't think that's true. Has Rockstar ever delayed a release? The question is, have they ever not? And the answer to that is no. I don't know if they've ever said 2025 for Perfect Dark. Where are you getting that? Microsoft is yet to confirm an official Perfect Dark release date, according to this report here. I think people are speculating 2025 because it'll be the 25th anniversary of the game. It didn't? I don't think so, homie. I think people have been speculating that because of the anniversary. Let me pull up the trailer. Oops. Let me pull up the trailer. No. The trailer literally ends, and it just says Perfect Dark, and then nothing else. I got news for you. Listen to me now. I know people think this is hate. This is not real gameplay. I don't think this is real gameplay. I think this is simulated. I don't think you can show this much gameplay if your game's not coming out next year. There's just way too much gameplay shown here. I think this is all simulated. It's too spliced up, it's too cut up, and I'll be honest with you, there's times where it just feels too good to be true. The seamless transition from the different visions and stuff, you know what I mean? I don't know. There's just something very inauthentic about this. See what I'm saying? Like, why some of the cuts don't even make sense. Like, why cut it there? Are you going to slide? You're going to shoot this guy, and then, you just cut. Like, even some of the cuts don't make sense. That's definitely not gameplay. Yeah, I don't think this is gameplay. I think this is simulated gameplay. It's like this is what they're going for. This is what they're shooting for. They hope the game looks and feels that way. And because of that, I think they've got a ways to go still. I don't think it's like just around the corner. I don't. It looks good, but Game Pass for me. They said weeks ago that they wouldn't. Notice Microsoft didn't announce any games. Well, I don't think they said weeks ago that they wouldn't. I think it was that we had it on good authority from sources that they weren't going to have a strong presence. Right? That was the point. It's like they're not going to have a strong presence because they're going to do their developer direct in January. In general, that was the vibe. The vibe was, yeah, they're not going to have a super strong presence at the Game Awards because they do their developer directs in January. So, how many members are you at right now? We don't really track total members anymore because we're so far away always from unlocking emotes. We're at like 3,000 again. We waffle between 2,000 and 3,000. We'll spike way up and hit 3,000, and then we'll drop back down to 2,000. Pretty much all of those are gifteds, though. We still only have about 600 people paying for their own memberships. Like, that's the biggest sort of lopsidedness and need that we have as a channel. Which, you know, it's just that's not a culture on YouTube. We were trying to get to 600 people at Member Plus and above, and we're at 538. We were at 555. We're trying to get it to 600, and then it just dropped when I took my break for Thanksgiving. So, and they don't make upgrading very easy. So I think a lot of people have tried, and they've tried, and they've tried, and then it's like they just get sick of trying and they just stop. So, it's a bummer, and it's slow, and that's the nature of the business. So we're just continuing to try to, like, impress upon people. They're calling that Game Awards moment with the guy where they gave him the Game Changers Award is wildly insecure moment. There's so much wrong with this angle that I need to highlight it. What was wrong with it? They stalwartly refuse to acknowledge anything bad ever happens in the game industry. That's not true. No. There was 1 year where he didn't bring it up, and then ever since he's brought it up at his events. He's mentioned it. It's not his job to mention it every single time. Oh, you re-upped? Oh, yeah, you got your badge back. Here, let me add you back to the total. Well, are you, what level are you at? Well, no, you're definitely not gifted. I'll just count it. We only count Member Plus and above in the total because I can't differentiate between gifted, but obviously you're not gifted because you just went from not having one to having one. High replace. I love burning 1,500 in a couple of hours. Ugh. That's the worst, man. That's the worst. Yeah, I don't even want to read anymore. I thought that was perfectly fine how they did that. These guys are always looking for an angle to make it negative and to try to attack Keighley. It's like, no matter what he does, you find a negative. So, I Show Speed wants to team up with Elon to be the first streamer to stream from space. But I think people have already streamed from space, haven't they? Hilly says, what did you think about Borderlands 4? Sorry if you've said I was running around today. So let me just run the trailer, and I'll just give you guys some of my commentary on Borderlands 4. You're VIP? Oh, I trust you. Let's see. Go to my history. All right, here we go. Why does it do this? If you double click too early when a trailer comes up, It like will not let you out of it. It's like a fake full screen. So first things first, they're letting us know that that's somebody with long hair. I don't know if it's her. I think we're supposed to think that it's her, this chick here with like her, but I don't think it is, because she has like mechanical dreadlocks, and whoever this is, that looks like normal hair to me, the way that it's moving, but maybe it's her. I don't know. I feel like they're faking us out since they don't go from one to one. So I'm not sure, but in the event that it is her, she's clearly some kind of a warlord of sorts, where she can turn people into psychos. So she's got an army of psychos. And then she's looking at whatever happened up there. Yeah, I don't think it's her, Hex, at the beginning. I think they're debating us. I think that's somebody else, which they're trying to keep a secret for some reason. Then we're introduced to what looks like a new faction, and again, somebody that they don't want to show us who they are. And I don't know if that glove is a hint. I feel like it's supposed to be a hint. Like, are we supposed to see that and think? I don't know. This all looks drawn on. This doesn't look graphical. It looks like he drew that on with a marker. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. So then these, this faction is going to war against this. So this right here tells me that the scope of the game is going to be more broad and more ambitious, which they say it's their most ambitious Borderlands to date. All right. But then when we get to here, I feel like this is sort of a return to roots, right? So we've got 4 characters that we can play as, 2 girls, 2 guys, and it's some of the things that you would expect to see from Borderlands. You're going to have a big brute. You're going to have somebody who's like, that's definitely a siren, right? She's got purple tattoos glowing on her body, right? She's got kind of the flared out hair. And then you've got this guy who's probably more in the lines of like more of a soldier style character. And then you've got the spunky rebel over here, whatever it is that she's going to do. So this feels like a return to roots. Just 4 characters, each with their own identity, each with their own clear theme of what they're going to bring to the table. So that the soldier guy actually looks like he has some kind of a melee, right? He's swinging his swords around, he's dancing. And then we get to look at some of the guns, some of the traversal. This just looks like a return to form. And they're definitely not in danger of going woke, okay? So we don't have to worry about all the people screenshotting this game and malding about the characters, because obviously we've got some hotties in here. And there seemingly is a consistent theme of the loot explosion. They've even got like an enhanced, more rainbow glow coming off the legendaries, it looks like there. And then just lots and lots of guns again, and lots of crazy enemies. It just seems like a return to what you would want from a Borderland. But then they say break free, and they show that. So, and then this guy, whoever this is, like, are these supposed to be hints? He's clearly the guy that was up on that mountaintop, and he's got destruction all around him, and he has seemingly harnessed the power of that vault symbol like the Guardian had in Borderlands 2. So, not sure. I feel like it's a return to roots while also trying to be more ambitious and broader in scope. So, I'm excited. It did not blow me away. That trailer did not end, and I was like, oh man, Borderlands is back. I was like, that looked good. I wasn't negative. I wasn't tepid. I wasn't over the moon. I was just like, Yeah, I think that's good. I think that looks good. You know, it didn't I would probably say this. The thing that most excites me about the trailer is that they didn't hype me up. It just shows me more Borderlands. Last time I felt like they tried to hype us up. It felt like almost like they were trying to position the game as something greater than it was. Randy said Jack's not returning. Yeah, I don't think it's Handsome Jack. The Timekeeper, you're going to have to do something about him. So he's the Timekeeper. Interesting. It was more like, yeah, okay, then let's effing go. Right, and I think that's okay. Like, I don't necessarily need a trailer to do that. I don't need every trailer to be, you know, for me it's 7 tonight, according to ChatGPT. Yeah, the Black Myth Wukong patch, according to this, it will be released on December the 14th at 10 a.m. UTC plus 8. What is that? What time is that? What's UST plus 8? This is how they say the Black Myth Wukong thing is coming. It's going to hit. It already has hit these. The patch on Steam and PS5 will be released on December the 14th at 10. And it says UTC plus 8. What's UTC? What's UTC plus 8? What is UTC plus 8? The current UTC plus 8 time zone? It's an identifier of a time zone offset from the UTC of plus 8 hours. Oh, so this says right here that it's 3/16. It's 3/16 and it's Saturday, December the 14th already. So that would mean at 10, that would be 7 hours from now. That'd be like at 9 o'clock. I thought UTC is GMT. But this isn't just UTC, it's UTC plus 8. I've never seen it set up that way. Like, what is, I don't know, what is UTC plus 8? Here's what they're doing, by the way, for the Pro. Let's see here. Let's go over here to the side. Their site is super glitchy. PS5 Pro now supports PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution. By enabling it, you can achieve a high-definition visual experience by selecting either Quality Mode or Balance Mode in the settings. The system supports a 120Hz output. When enabled in Balance Mode, it maintains a stable 40 FPS output. If you encounter any visual anomalies, you can turn it off in the PS5 settings. Various scenes and boss fights have been optimized for better performance. The stability of frame rates and visual clarity for both Balance and Quality Mode have been enhanced. The input response speed has been improved in Performance Mode. That doesn't read like it's going to solve my problems, if I'm honest with you. It doesn't. Hang on, my wife's asking me something. Marshmallow with a $5 super chat tip. Knowing game science, They'll increase input speed by abusing the predictive input feature games use. It'll end up playing itself. You okay with the Game of the Year winner? I told people that that was the Game of the Year after the previews came out and after the reviews came out and after I played it. I said, it's Game of the Year. It's going to win. I kept telling people it was the front runner. I said it was going to surprise people. Yeah. I had people that thought I was absolutely stupid and out of my mind. They're like, you're an idiot. They're like, Black Myth Wukong's clearly going to win. I'm like, I don't think so. I'm kind of amazed it got nominated when we looked at the grand scheme of where it landed with scores and stuff. You know? It just did not seem... It just did not seem like it got the strong enough response from the media to get people voting for it. Wukong does just not look pretty on the PS5. I think Wukong is fundamentally flawed from a performance perspective. It's baked into the coding and how they handle frame gen. I don't have a lot of hope that they can solve the issue. My only hope is that could you run one of the modes that runs PSSR, and would that, like, by default turn off frame gen? Like, is that even a thing? Don't pat yourself on the back too much. You did say Witcher wouldn't be there and Last of Us PC wouldn't be announced. I did say those things, and I was pretty much dead on with Naughty Dog, though. They didn't pay for like some big announcement for the PC. That was just like a commercial that ran alongside other commercials. Naughty Dog was there to showcase their new game. So I was actually still pretty much correct on that one. I was like, they're not going to show up in a big way to be like, we're bringing Last of Us to PC. It was basically just a commercial alongside other commercials. Now, The Witcher, yeah, I was like, there ain't no way they're going to show up with The Witcher. That one totally shocked me. That one shocked me. I was like, they just talked about how they just entered production and they're coming with a full cinematic trailer? That one I did not expect. The Last of Us PC thing was basically on target with what I said. It was like, there ain't no way they're going to do that. And they kind of didn't. But The Witcher one blew me away. I was like, it wasn't like a teaser. Remember I said, I was like, if The Witcher's there, it would just be like a teaser. Just like a 10-second thing to verify they're making it. It was a full-blown, 4-minute cinematic. I was like, what? I don't know. People told me today that it might be that they entered full production recently, but they've already been doing quite a bit leading up to full production. So that may be what's going on. Maybe that's why they have a cinematic ready to go. Hype the shareholders? Yeah, I mean, maybe. Trying to... I gotta get that crab game ready to go for Hilly. And... play it. Install it. I forgot that it was totally free. CD Projekt Red always announces their stuff super early. Just look at Cyberpunk. That's fair. I mean, I suppose I could have considered that more in my prediction that they do like to hype things up very early. But I probably would have talked myself out of that. I would have been like, I think they learned their lesson. I don't think they're going to do that again. Do you know what I'm saying? I'd have been like, I think they learned their lessons, boys. I don't think they're going to do that again. Nope. Here we sit. They certainly like to walk their stuff out early, you know? Baked-in ray tracing was murdering Jedi on console. Wukong might be great on the Pro. I played it on the Pro. It was no better. It really and truly wasn't. It wasn't any better. Like, I played it on the Pro, and it was like, yeah, I beat a boss, and it felt a little bit better. And then I got to the next area, and it was terrible. I mean, it was bad. It was real bad. It like stuttered. It was like it was not stable at all. Not stable at all. CD Projekt had shareholders. Yeah, they got sued by them. They got sued by them. .1. Yeah, I mean, the share value drops so hard. The 40 FPS 120 hertz mode will be consistent and smooth, no input lag. I mean, we'll see. I don't know if I'm going to want to play it at 40. I still don't know if I'll like that. I still don't know if I'll like that. No, Wukong does not have a date to appear on Xbox. I think people were expecting them to announce that last night. I think people were thinking, oh, it's going to be like Baldur's Gate. No. After the way they handled the rumor that there was a secret exclusivity deal, it doesn't surprise me. They're probably like, man, F you guys. Like, out here letting the press make it seem like, you know, when a Microsoft spokesperson says there's no technical limitation, you know, and then allows the press to run with the notion that there might be a secret exclusivity deal, because you're basically saying that the developers lied. You got to see that, right? Like, when they walked out and they said, and they did that interview, and the Microsoft spokesperson said there is no technical limitation, that's them doing the same thing Phil Spencer did to Baldur's Gate 3. They're basically accusing the developers of lying. Oh, no, there's no problem here. Yeah, there's no technical issue. They will play... Hang on. What do we say here? Member goal achieved. They will play Moria and then crab game for the member goal. It's Squid game in Steam. Oh, that. I'm getting the Hilly stream set up. How many copies do you think they've sold? 16 million? You think they care about selling another 100,000? They're good. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they would just completely bail on the idea, but I would say, yeah, it's just not a priority. It's just not a priority. Especially, again, I just think, like, imagine that you're them and you encountered whatever problems you encountered. Right? You encountered whatever problems you encountered with the technology. Well, with the Series S or whatever it is that they ran into. And then Microsoft does an interview and they're like, no, there's no technical limitation. And they basically do the same dadgum thing that Phil did. They pass the buck. They act like, nah, there's no technical problem. That's on those guys. That's on those devs over there. See, nobody ever thinks about the optics of that. Nobody thought about the optics when Phil Spencer said that. I was one of the only ones that blasted him for that. I don't really think anybody went at him to the degree that I did. I just thought it was so unprofessional, especially considering they had been doing PR. They had been basically doing PR for Microsoft for months. Instead of doing interviews and talking about their game, they were doing interviews and fielding questions about the Series S. And Phil goes out and instead of like having their back, he's basically like, "Oh yeah, I mean it's not a limit. It's not a problem with the hardware. You know, it's not some problem that we have." Like, wait, what? I mean, that's saying it's like you basically tell the public that it's the developers, and then when you tell them that it's the developers are then going to have to be like, either they go into a counter narrative. And they start basically hurling shots right back. You've unlocked free access to Black Ops 6? How? Oh, for a limited time only. They're doing a free weekend. So, like, Larian had a choice at that point in time. They could have gone back out into the public and, like, defended themselves and been like, I don't know why Phil said that. We are quite literally dealing with a technical limitation. This wasn't our choice. We weren't like, oh yay, let's just make it harder to do local co-op. For what reason? So like then you put the developers into an impossible position. They either have to go out and run a counter narrative against what another company is saying, or I mean what Larian did I think was the best flex of all. The very next day they were like, Baldur's Gate 3 is going to come to Xbox and we're just not going to do local co-op for the Series S. It was like, you can take it or leave it. We're the game of the year. Like, sit the frick down. Like, take it or leave it. And I wouldn't be surprised if Game Science is thinking the same thing. It's like, we told people it was going to come to Xbox later. We were dealing with some optimization. And then a Microsoft spokesperson says, well, there's no technical limitations, which leads to a question about exclusivity. And they're like, well, we can't comment on our, on the partnerships of other companies. And it's just like, oh, for Pete's sakes. You think Larian's CEO's speech at the TGA talked about that, about how treating the devs well and not just like numbers on a spreadsheet? I mean, he was pretty vocal in the wake of the ABK layoffs that I'm here to tell you, and people thought I was like reading into it. I don't think Larian likes Microsoft. I don't think they're on good terms. I really don't. I think they were probably pretty dadgum irritated that they finally have this great big moment for Baldur's Gate 3, and instead of it being celebratory, they have to be like, well, we're having issues with the Xbox, and then that becomes the focal point of every interview. Like, put yourself in Larian's shoes. They're supposed to be running victory laps with how great the game was doing and how well it was being praised and how much people liked it on PC, and instead they're fielding questions that Microsoft and Phil Spencer should be fielding. It's like, what's going on over there? What's going on with your console? And so they run PR. Like they're talking all around it. I remember I read every interview and they would talk all around it. They would not place blame on Microsoft. They would not place blame on Xbox. They just wouldn't. And then Phil had the nerve to sit down at Gamescom and with Destin Legary, and he made it seem like, oh, it's a dev choice. There's not some problem with the hardware. And it's like, oh my gosh. Now you put Larian in an impossible position. They either let that narrative stick, and then everybody starts saying, well, it must be Larian's fault. Phil Spencer said it's not a problem with the console. So, Larian flexed on Microsoft. That's got to be one of my favorite moments. It's like, holy frick, what a flex. So, if I'm Game Science, You know, and Microsoft does that interview and says what they said about how there's no hardware limitation, I'd be like, okay, fine. Sure, there's no hardware limitation. You're right. We will just make sure that PlayStation and Steam gets updates while you sit over there and wait for the game. It goes much deeper, Lono. When Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access on Stadia and Steam, he made a rude comment about the game when asked about it going to Xbox or Game Pass. Who made a rude comment? What are you talking about? This is why I've continued to say, I think that you're going to see more and more studios default to building for Sony. I just think there's just a better relationship there. I think there's better integration. There's better tech. I think you're going to continue to see it. We do have another question here. One last one from Spider Senseless. The biggest question now for the two major studios, PlayStation and Rockstar, will there be any announcement before the new year? Yeah, I think that's a fair question. Oh, Phil did. What did Phil say? Xbox thought that they could get Baldur's Gate 3 on Game Pass for peanuts. They literally have no clue about games quality. An argument can be made that Xbox is worse off under the leadership, but people will make excuses for him. I think Phil was dismissive of Baldur's Gate 3 during early access. Forget the exact details. Let me see if I can find it. Microsoft completely misjudged Baldur's Gate 3. Is that it? Phil made a comment about Baldur's Gate 3 not being worth the money to get on Game Pass, but that was an internal doc. Yeah, that I remember now what you're talking about. That was found through discovery. That was found through discovery. I don't think he said like, "Oh, they're not worth it." I think it was like even Sven Vinke, founder of the studio, was shocked. Microsoft apparently didn't expect much from Larian's breakout hit either, calling it a second-run Stadia PC RPG in a leaked email. The email included a table. Oh, yeah, I don't even know if it was a remark. It's just on a table. Yeah, they have it classified as a second-run PC RPG. Expected partner range would have been $5 million. So, I don't know if it was like that Phil was rude. I think it was classified in a way that, I mean, at some level, it kind of makes sense. Like, I don't think even Larry and CEO didn't expect it to be where it ended up. I think they knew they had a good thing on their hands, but I don't necessarily think anybody anticipated, what happened. They're going to pay $5 million. Yeah, they were going to pay $5 million to have it on Game Pass. Yeah. All right, let's see if Crab Game is compatible with... I don't have a DualSense in here, but it's plugged into my PS5. All right, I'm gonna quickly get a DualSense to use the restroom, hit some ads. We're gonna be transitioning to the stream with Hilly in about 20 minutes, so keep it here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be playing some more Moria, and then we'll be playing Crab Game. Will be a good time. It's a great precursor to tonight. Don't forget, there's a stream with Madam tonight. Appreciate you guys and all that you do for the channel. I'll be right back. Man, it's cold. The heat's going, but it's not coming into the office all that well. All right, let's see here. Let's see if it's compatible with the DualSense or if it's just purely mouse and keyboard. Controllers not supported. Okay. That's fine. I didn't think it would be. Cat Bailey's also quitting IGN. That and the departure of Stella. I don't know what's going on at IGN. Results of consolidation are likely. Yeah, probably. Microphone, hold to use. Yeah, we don't need to be using microphones in this. FOV, streamer mode. I don't know what that means. Graphics. Motion blur. No. Video. We need VSync always, or we will get screen tearing. For sure. I don't know why we do, but we do. We'll do lobby code only. And we'll do max players too. IGN's not been good in a long time. Okay. All right. We're good. That game runs and it's totally free. Crab Game is totally free. I wonder what kind of numbers it pulls. You know what I mean? Let's see. Yo, it's good, Loot. Wait, Loot, are you the one that had a different name? Shogun or something when you played Destiny? There are 42,000 people playing Crab Game right now. You think YouTube will ever get VRR support? I imagine it's a giant pain. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe once we're able to stream on AV1, that would be possible. You would need the video feed to be really light. It'd need to be light. You know what I mean? Like lightweight, low bandwidth. You know what I mean? Guys, make sure if you haven't done so already, press the like button. Let's try to get 500 likes on this video. Probably do well once we're not live. It's still a relevant topic. Yes, that's you. I knew it. I was like, wait a minute. I know. I remember that name. I remember the name Loot, spelled that way. That's a lifetime ago, brother. I'm geeking out over a game called Dispatch because it gives me massive Invincible vibes. I thought Dispatch looked cool. It just looked like a game that I probably wouldn't play. You know? But I definitely thought it looked cool. That it was, you know, they had a pretty good cast. Very cool vibe. Yeah. So. Thought it looked cool. In 15 minutes, we're gonna go be hanging with Hilly and playing some Moria. We'll also be, which I should probably boot up the PlayStation to make sure everything's good to go and not needing an update. Do your best to unlurk and smash like. It's late afternoon on Friday and we're still going. I had a 1 gig update on PC for Crab Game. Oh, you're playing Moria on PC, aren't you? The American comic show art style, they captured it really well. Yeah, they kind of did. Like, it reminded me a little bit of like Saturday morning cartoons a little bit. All right, well, let me see if there's an update for me over here. Oh, it's probably not plugged in. Oh, there's a free item called the Yuletide Pack, Hilly. I'm logged in. I'm logged in. Let me get this Yuletide pack. It's some Christmassy stuff, I bet. All right, let's see. Check for update. Yeah, there's an update on PlayStation as well. It's going fast. Does Moria have dedicated servers? I think I already read that. I actually would assume so, or maybe not. I don't know. I mean, we're clearly creating an instance that we go back to later. Yeah, I mean, we clearly create an instance that we come back to later, so I don't know. Like, I don't know if Hilly can just go in to my server at any time. I think I gave him... I think I passworded it or something. I don't remember now. It was last week when we did it. Seems like a lifetime ago. We should have gone to writer's room. I wasn't even thinking. We didn't do any prep or any discussion about what we could make Monday about. Shoot. You have a unique seed? Okay. We've got 10 minutes. We're not going to writer's room for 10 minutes. Yeah, we should have went at 2 and like discussed everything and thought of something for Monday, because now I'm going to go into Monday and be like, derp, I don't have anything planned. Let's see here. My new hobby of cosplaying as sysadmin, I'm all about setting up dedicated servers now. My Enshrouded server is currently live. Huh. The problem is everything in gaming, in the gaming sphere, is all about last night. We'd almost have to pick some stuff from last night. Well, I know what upload I could do for Monday. I could do my top games of 2024. I have that list kind of already written. Me driving my 2005 Toyota Camry after the Intergalactic trailer. That's good. They put together like a whole segment, a whole montage. Depends on how controversial you want the topic to be. Yeah, I definitely don't want to get into that again. Like it took up enough of today. I mean, we gave it a little bit of time today when we discussed TLU 1. TLU 2 with the one guy. We gave it a little bit of time there. We gave it a little bit of time to show open. And obviously people are going to come and ask me. IGN director Kat Bailey is leaving today along with an exodus of other employees following buyout offers from Ziff Davis, an incredible talent of games media veteran whose work I've loved and followed for what feels like for forever. Once you start on that, it gets unhinged pretty quickly. You hope Split Fiction wins next year just for the acceptance speech. He's gonna have some stiff competition, man. Doom: The Dark Ages and GTA 6. You know, it's gonna be tough. Maybe we could just pick some of the biggest titles for the talk show, and we could give all the details about Elden Ring, Night Rain. Yagi says, this is my ex-girlfriend from 20 years back. To be fair, she left me for a woman. Well, I mean. We're not going to blame you for that. Let's see. Let's go here. And let me delete all this stuff from the last show that we did. No. I think if there's one thing I could remove from Discord, it's that speak message thing. I always click it by accident. I think it's great for people that need it, but like I don't need it. So I would love to remove it from the drop down. It's like I'm always clicking on it by accident. They'll overstep next year, lose credibility with their audience, and end up like Bleed Greedcast, just making stuff up for the diehards. Yeah, their audiences will just slowly shrink because people will just start to realize that they're full of crap. It's like you can only maintain the dishonesty for so long. All right, let's say upload top games of 2024. News show. Elden Ring. Night Rain details. What else could we go with? We got details on Night Rain. We want to have like details of yeah, maybe we could drum up details about like Intergalactic or something. Former Bungie legal exec reveals studio hired fans to save money. We hired fans because fans would work for less. We totally took advantage of that at Bungie. Nothing coming out of that company shocks me anymore. Night Rain details. Maybe stuff on Intergalactic if we can find it. And Turok. Trying to think of like would be the big maybe that, and then Witcher 4. Like just grab the big ones and then try to drum up details. Yeah, Witcher 4 Hilly. Yeah. All right. That's good enough. That'll at least give me a framework to work with. That'll give me a framework to work with. Okay. Oh, wait, without sufficient? Hang on a second. I'm checking on one thing before we switch gears here. When taking advantage of people who just wanted to get into the industry with people with low wages is a joke. I mean, I obviously am inclined to look at everything, you know, through a pretty negative light with them. But I'm also inclined to say, if you're bringing people in who are passionate about your game but also inexperienced, that could be a win-win. They could provide really, really good feedback and insight on like what you could do with your game, and then you would justifiably be paying them less because they're not super qualified. Like, under an idea of like paying somebody according to like, you know, what they merit. I don't necessarily know if that's as bad as people are making it out to be. Would there be any merit to trying out the new Helldivers content while playing with Hilly? Yeah, I mean, we probably should be a little bit more agile with it. If I was thinking a little bit more clearly and had a little bit more time to plan, I probably would have just been like, hey, that's what we should do tomorrow, and then I would have made a thumbnail for it, and then that's like a great, you know, push of quality to the members. But we don't necessarily have the ability to do that right now. I don't even know if I have Helldivers on this PS5. That's true. Didn't look at it that way at first. Like, you guys know me. Like, you know, I've got a total vested interest in to take a chunk out of Bungie and to ridicule them and to point out any malfeasance that they're guilty of. But it's like, I don't know. That's not that terrible. Like, unless they were paying people below a living wage, or like if they were doing something that was obviously like exploitative, then yeah, take them to the dadgum cleaners. But if it was like, man, the game's been out for 10 years. I mean, that's what they did with Cosmo. They hired Cosmo out of the subreddit. Cosmo was like a mod on the subreddit. So, and now these people do have a nice resume boost. I mean, being able to say you worked at Bungie is not a bad place to start. You know? All right. It's very common. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they hired Cosmo from the subreddit, I mean, I don't think it's out of the ordinary. All right, do I have redirect set up? I don't. Let me set up redirect. All right, let me give you guys a link. Hilly and I will probably chill and just chat for a bit. I'm curious what he thought of the Game Awards. And then if redirect doesn't work, use the link in chat instead. That's a whole lot more reliable than it's a whole lot more reliable than redirect sometimes. Stage. I've invited you to speak, Hilberg.
Hello, I've accepted. Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, that's good. It works. Well done, Discord.
Yeah. Lono on Monday. Here are my top 5 Uggos for 2025. That's good, Jack. All right, there again. There's the link. I'm going to start the new stream. Hey, thanks so much for being a member. You may have gotten a membership this week. If this is hitting your feed or your or like your homepage on YouTube. We had an insane week. We broke every record that I probably have ever had since I've been streaming on this channel. 1,124 members. That does include re-ups and upgrades, but we had an insane number of people. Another 52 new members just today that I need to add to the member record. So 52. That actually makes it exactly 800 new members for no, I'm sorry, we wouldn't add the 52. That was for a single day. Never mind. Ignore me, but another 52. I'm going to end the previous stream and redirect folks over. It was a lengthy talk show about my reaction to the Game Awards.